Morning, Sarita. I'm glad we're good today.
Morning.
A lot better today, eh? Good to see. Good to see. All right, shall we get started? Do you want to start recording? Good morning, everybody. Very welcome to today's event, the second of 2 days on the Media Minds. And as you can see from the screen, what we're trying to do with this 2-day event is very much so to show the work that we're doing in our cluster. Our cluster is made of 9 projects, and each of them are working in the area of, I think is the best way to describe is post-cancer, where we're dealing with the patients and different backgrounds in terms of the types of cancer that they have. So we're trying to bring our technologies to the cluster, through the cluster to patients. So today gives an opportunity to see some or more of these projects. And likewise, what we're going to do, I'm very pleased to have Barbara Kersham with us today, who's from the European Commission and heads up the unit in there. So Barbara will give us a presentation today on where the European Commission is in terms of policy and direction that are going. So I'm really thrilled that Barbara's with us today. Also, what we're going to do today is try to move forward with towards the end of the session. What we want to do is give you a better understanding of the cluster itself. As I said earlier on, there's 9 projects in it, but what we want to do is show you where we're going and what we're going to be doing. So we go to the next slide, please. This is me. I've got a modest background, I could say, over 20 years working in industry, working across a number of areas. And recently we set up what we call the Better Practice Initiative. And likewise, we're very pleased to have formed the cluster we're dealing with now. And yeah, that's enough of me. I will be a moderator for today. So what we're dealing with is the post-cancer treatment patients. And from the projects that we're dealing with, we cover a number of areas of cancers. And obviously it's all to do with the situation after. So these are just examples of the types of cancer that patients have been going through. And this, as you can see in the right-hand corner, all the projects involved, right from the project Faith to Menhar, O'Connor, right down to Rebecca. And each of these projects are engaging across one of these specific cancers or more. We go to the next slide, please. What we have here is the treatment that the patient goes through. We have very much so the area of depression, cancer treatment, all the way to mental health well-being, and obviously without question fatigue, which is normal. So all these projects are targeting very much so trying to strengthen the quality of life, very much so the patient. Go to the next slide, please. So these are the 3 projects. The Clarify project we look at this morning, the Aspect, and Rebecca this afternoon. And they all tackle different areas. If we talk about the word clarify, that what they're doing is very much so looking at the area of lung and breast cancer. If you look at Aspect, what that project's doing is very looking at the wearables and what they call active monitoring data and trying to use that data to strengthen very much the outcomes. So we have a better outcomes from the patient conditions, and the physicians use that information to go forward. And then we have the Rebecca project, and again, it's using wearable technology and multiple type of technology, and they're trying to focus very much on the area of breast cancer recovery. So all these 3 projects are working those specific areas, and we talk to them. One of the things we picked out from yesterday's meeting, the roundtable, was very much so the importance of getting patient associations involved, not only at the development side or the design and test stage, but along the whole process. And the area we get to that is that we have to learn from this from the patients very much. So that's important to be able to adjust what we're doing and bring in the concerns of the patients. So this is a very important message that we got from the roundtable session that we had yesterday. And I think going forward, I think the patient involvement in future cancer research projects is going to take a greater importance. And I think some of those messages will probably come out of today's meetings and presentations. So we go forward. So this is today's agenda. We've got Barbara, who is very much so in charge of the area of the head unit responsible for combating disease. And we were very pleased to have Barbara here, and will talk us through it. This morning, we'll also hear from Clarify Project, which Maria will talk us through, and also Pedro, and they will show us very much so what the project is about, and give us a demonstration as well. And then we will get feedback from them. We'll have an open discussion, same format as yesterday, roughly about 10 minutes, where we'll talk to everybody and the audience to make sure the dialogue is strong, but we also try to get feedback so that we straighten the project, what we're doing. Religiously, we take coffee breaks for obvious reasons, but also gives people a chance to look and see what maybe emails and so forth will be coming through. Later on after that, Cathy will join us. Cathy's the former president of the European Cancer Patient Coalition, and she will talk to us about the whole area of patient engagement in clinical trials. And I think we're going to find that discussion very interesting. And then we will summarize where we were from this morning session and take the traditional lunch break. We come back in the afternoon. We're going to have two projects, as I mentioned earlier on, the Aspect project, which Ians will talk us through. Now, Ians will be very kind. He's recovering from COVID, but wants to be at this, so he will join us for this session, and we'll talk very much about what the Aspect project is doing. Then after that, John will also talk us about what they're doing very much so in the area of the wearables that they're doing, in the multiple wearables, and to show how the data has been transferred. So that's been very good. And then the last session, Antonius and I will walk us through where we are with the cluster. As I said, there are presently 9 projects engaging. We have plans for 2022 in place. And we're going to show you what we've got done to date and also where we're going to go in terms of the cluster this year. So that's just the program for the day. I think that should be just about where we are. Just to remind you, so really kindly, as you mentioned earlier on, is looking after basically the screen handling to manage the whole process, and also the polls. These are very important. Each project that we're going to do, that Clarify Aspect, Rebecca will have questions, and they ask poll questions. There's a method for this and where we go. Likewise, we're going to allow raising the hand. We found that very helpful yesterday. We're going to do this. So after the presentations that take place and the poll are done, we will then go to kind of a Q&A session, and we will allow chat questions. Please, by all means, use the chat, and absolutely no issue. Continue to use it. I found it somewhat helpful yesterday. But also for today's session, we will start raising the hand, but we will have to be very careful of time. So bear with us if we don't answer all the questions during the session that we have for the 30 minutes per project. We try to catch it later on that one. So with that, I think we'll stop my quick presentation and we'll get on with the program today. So let's get involved. Barbara, I'm delighted you're here today. Thank you again once more for joining us. It was a pleasure talking to you during the week on this. And as I said earlier on, Barbara very much so heads up the combating disease for people in the general research and innovation. And what Barbara is going to do now is kind of give us an understanding of where the Commission is in terms of where the patient's involvement is kind of going forward. So for Barbara, with that, I'll hand the floor over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here with you and to tell you a little bit more about the EU mission on cancer. Next slide, please. So under Horizon Europe, which is the Union's framework program for research and innovation, in agreement with the member states, we decided to put forward missions like President Kennedy did when he wanted to get the man on the moon. So what are missions? It's a portfolio of actions across discipline intended to achieve a bold, inspirational, and measurable goal. And to achieve that goal within a given time frame, and to make a difference for people in Europe and beyond. So have impact for society, but also help change policy if need be. And also to be relevant to citizens. So we in DG Research and Innovation have worked and identified 5 different missions. One on adaptation to climate change, one on cancer, that's why I'm here, climate neutral and smart cities, restoring our oceans and water, and have a good soil deal for Europe. So these are the 5 missions that have been launched in September of 2021 after a preparatory work to define the missions and the goals. Next slide, please. So for the mission on cancer, you are fully aware, but I will repeat it anyway. So 2.7 million people in the Union are diagnosed each year. And 1.3 million people die from cancer each year. And this number is likely to increase for different reasons. One very obvious one related to the COVID pandemic that has impacted the way cancers are detected because people delay seeking care, and also because treatment have been delayed because of, for example, intensive care units being full. And also cancer is a cost to society, a cost to individuals, and it represents in 2018, 199 billion euro. So I've highlighted the challenges, but there are also opportunities. First of all, with launching the missions, the Union will assist member states to improve, and here in this case, the mission on cancer control, to help the member states in improving cancer control. With the missions, we want to put patients and citizens at the center of research innovation, involve them and address their needs very explicitly. And then we want to make sure that research innovation is not just research and innovation, it is research to provide the evidence that will help develop new policies. And in this case, it is the evidence that will help with the implementation of the Europe's Beating Cancer Plan. So in terms of goal, with the support of experts that worked in the Mission on Cancer board, we've defined that we want to improve the lives of more than 3 million people by 2030, and working on prevention, cure, and also for those that have been affected by cancer, including their families, to live longer and better, and to do so jointly with the implementation of the Europe's Beating Cancer Plan. So that is the overall goal, improve the life of more than 3 million people. Then we have specified 4 objectives. We want to improve the understanding of cancer, how it develops and spreads. We know that 40% of the cancers are preventable, so we want to work to improve ways to prevent cancer or to detect it more early. We know that diagnosis and treatment can be improved on as well, so treatments with less side effects or less invasive diagnostics. And then importantly, improve quality of life when you have cancer, but also after you survived cancer. So we identified concrete actions. First of all, one concrete action is the development of Uncanny EU platform. What is that platform? I will speak about a bit later, but it is a platform to gather data that research can use to better understand the development and spread of cancer. Another concrete action, and I will tell you more about that, is the setting up of the Cancer Patient Digital Center. What we also want to do is to help develop a network of comprehensive cancer infrastructures across Europe. And for the first 3 years, so 21, 22, 23, we have put aside, so to speak, 378.2 million euro. Next slide, please. So this is to allow you to better understand this mission. And the members of the Mission Board on Cancer presented it as a house, where you have the roof presents the overall goal. And importantly, I mentioned the 3 million lives improved, but we want also to, very importantly, ensure more equity. Equity in access to treatment, equity in access to knowledge, equity in access to research. And the house has 3 pillars, as I mentioned, the prevention, diagnosis and treatment, and quality of life. So for the work program 2021, we identified 3 research topics, because with the launch of the Mission of Cancer, we could include research topics. So we have one on developing new methods and technologies for screening and early detection. Then we have what is called a coordination and support action to prepare the setting up of this Uncanny EU platform. We have a topic on better understanding healthy versus cancer cells, both at individual level and population level. And then, importantly, develop and validate a set of quality of life measures for cancer patients and survivors. So those topics that are likely to be of more interest to you are the ones on the quality of life, I would assume, and the Understanding Cancer platform. Next slide, please. So what is this platform? Why is it there? Or why should it be there? It is because the understanding of cancer remains incomplete. There's still a lot that we do not know, from the individual disposition to cancer, or the effects of the environment in the largest sense, the lifestyles, the exposures, how that affects the development and strength of cancer. So we will put forward a Europe-wide platform that will make use of the existing research infrastructures and develop new one. And in order to develop this platform, we need to have a concept that is workable, because you may or may not know, there are a lot of research ongoing. There are a lot of data being gathered at national level, at European level. And we want to make sure that the platform will collect the data or make them accessible in a fair way, and also equitable access to these data for the researchers or everywhere in Europe and beyond. So what I mentioned to you, the coordination and support action that will start soon will allow to develop the concept more clearly and say what linkages need to be made. Among others, there are linkages to be made with the future European health data space that is being set up, as well as the open science cloud. So these are infrastructures that allow the sharing of data in a safe, secure, and GDPR compliant way. So next slide, please. Oh, what is this? I don't know what's happening to that slide. Doesn't matter. We have another slide that another topic. Yeah, okay, it doesn't matter. I will talk. Importantly, is the message that you get on this slide is that we want to do research to develop and validate a set of quality of life and patient preferences. So we think it is, we believe, and the members of the Mission Board on Cancer said the same thing, that there are a lot of elements of quality of life that are not known yet. What makes a difference in the quality of life of a person affected by cancer or surviving cancer? And it is not measured in a systematic way. So we have put forward a research topic where we are asking the researchers to develop a tool that will be able to measure the quality of life in such a way that we will be able to measure quality of life across Europe and beyond. So what we've asked for, or what we're asking the research community to do, is that in designing this tool to make the surveys, it should be co-designed. So designed with cancer patients and survivors, because these people are the best placed to know what makes a difference in what is quality of life for them. So we want to have a tool that measures quality of life for those affected by cancer. But we don't want to have just a tool. We want to organize a survey and allow for systematically measuring quality of life. Importantly, after the survey is done and the analysis is done, this should also be done involving patients and survivors. And what we ask the researchers to do is look at subjective perceptions of positive or negative aspects of cancer patient symptoms, and including the physical, the mental, and emotional functions. And so with this first survey that would be carried out, piloted, if you will, we would aim for systematic conduct of these type of surveys at regular intervals. And this would be done in discussion with the member states, of course. Next slide, please. I was referring to the European Cancer Patient Digital Center. So this is an important feature of the mission. The members of the mission board told us that it was very important that people affected by cancer could not only have their own health data, but be able to share them with health professionals, or even donate them, share them with the purpose of facilitating research. So in the concept that has been put forward, it is would be a federated data platform. What do we mean? When we talk about the European Cancer Patient Digital Center, it is not a building in Brussels. It is something that exists at national or even regional level, which one function is to provide information and support for cancer patients, survivors, and their families. Another function would be for patients to be able to access the data and able to share with others than the health professionals. Then we would focus on making sure that patient-reported outcomes feature are gathered there in this center. And it would allow also to have patients and survivors make co-decision on their care. So this is the concept put forward for this Cancer Patient Digital Center. But that a concept needs to be transformed into reality. And that's why I'm referring to that this patient digital center is still under construction. The concept is there, but now how do you do it practically? And in the coming years, we will be working on making this a reality. We know that in some member states, there is already such a database or way that you can enter your data or ways that you get information on cancer. So we will look at all these examples at national level and then see how we can move this forward to broaden the access to this type of information and this possibility to share your data. So one of the questions we have is, should there be a call center function, like a telephone number that you can dial and get an answer on questions you would have related to cancer? We need to make a link with the European health data space, which is also a way that people can share data. And then, of course, the sharing of the data should be done in a secure way and be compliant with the General Data Protection Regulation. So this is very much work in progress, but this is the vision we have. And you here are well placed to give your inputs on what you think what is a priority or what could work or what could not work. And we will have, again, a support action to further develop the concept. And this will be done really in co-design as well with patients and people and families and caregivers. Next slide, please. Now, importantly, and I assume that you're fully aware of that, under the German presidency and the following presidencies, really, I would not say the mantra, but an important principle is we need to put the patient more at the center of the research. And the presidency outlined a few principles of what does it mean, putting the patient at the center. Well, first of all, it means that you focus on the needs of the patients, and that's why you need to consult them and be aware of what is actually needed. Then we should try to remove the inequalities in patient involvement, because in different countries, there are different practices, and in some countries or regions, patients are more involved and others a bit less, and we should try to overcome that. And patient participation should become more standard. Then what the president saw is that the patient should be active partners or co-researchers, peer-to-peer. You have the scientist who works with patient group or patients themselves, and they discuss how the research should be conducted or what are important elements of it. And importantly, putting patient at the center or putting people at the center can also help to contribute to cancer prevention, making people more aware of how you can prevent cancer, or that people also say what is difficult in changing your lifestyle to prevent cancer. So this is what the Council has put forward, and this is now very much a discussion with the Member States how to do this in practice and discuss what it means in practice to put patient at the center in the context of research on cancer. Next slide, please. So the mission was launched in September. So we have September last year, I mean. So we have still quite a lot of work in front of us. In the implementation of the mission, importantly, we do that together with the Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, but we want to follow some of what we call guiding principles for implementation of the mission. First of all, as I mentioned already, is keep this issue of inequalities at the top of our minds and try to remove them as much as possible. So it's ensuring equity. We want to ensure access to knowledge. That's also part of equity, being more equitable. We want we want the mission to promote innovation. We want also to take risks with what we put forward for research, because by taking some risk, we might discover something completely new that would really make a difference in the life of people. Well, we will work, of course, because health and health systems is a competency of the member states. We will work and are working already with the member states, and we completely understand that not everyone wants to do the same thing, meaning that for some countries it will be important to work more on prevention. Others want to test the development of a comprehensive cancer infrastructure. So that's why we refer to the coalition of the willing, so that by different member states tackling different elements of prevention, early detection, diagnosis, treatment, and quality of life, we can learn from one another. And of course, very important, we need to continue communicating around the mission and Beating Cancer Plan. So, as I mentioned already, we are in dialogue with the member states, the regions, and you as stakeholders. So this should be a permanent feature. And I will explain a little bit more in the next slide what the dialogue with stakeholders entails. We will put forward research actions specifically targeting cancer. So in the moment, I highlighted the topics we presented on the first work program 21, and we are now in the process amending work program 22. Then as I referred to, the mission goal was defined by a mission board on cancer with 15 members. They have finished their work because the mission has now been launched. But we have now the phase 2 of the mission board, which is the board for the mission on cancer that will follow and direct the implementation of the mission. So we called for an expression of interest, and it closed on the 2nd of February. And we will evaluate the applications, and we will put forward a new board consisting of 15 people. And then the mission on cancer will not be implemented just on its own. So we're looking at synergies. Very importantly, we already have synergies with the Beating Cancer Plan. And for example, what we have set up is what is called a subgroup on cancer, meaning a platform where experts from the member states come together. We meet almost every month. And it brings together representatives from the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Research to really have a joined up dialogue. Next slide, please. So I was talking about involving the patient, the citizens, the stakeholders, and we have set up together with the colleagues of DG Santé a Beating Cancer stakeholder contact group. So basically on this slide, you see a link to a website where you can register and join this group. And we, meaning colleagues from DG Santé and ourselves, will be organizing regular webinars, meetings to discuss, get the opinion, the feedback of those that have registered in that database. So that is why we encourage you to register. And we had, for example, a webinar explaining the mission on cancer, like I'm doing now to you, back in November, and more than 600 people participated. And we intend in the future to have the large stakeholder group, but then create subgroups. So to have more targeted discussions, for example, around prevention or on diagnosis and treatment or on quality of life. So I will leave it with that, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much for a very informative discussion. It was well presented and explained very clearly where the Commission is going in terms of where this. I really believe the Beating Cancer Stakeholder Contact Group is a very formidable group going forward. That was very helpful, and I'm very sure that there's many people on the call today that will very much so be willing to get involved in that and go forward. But Barbara, can I ask you a quick question very briefly on it? In terms of engagement, is the engagement like virtual through this group, or is it physical, or how does it actually work in practice?
So for the moment, everything is virtual. Eh? So it is, you register on that group, on that platform, and then when we organize meetings, it's posted on the platform, and we specify the date and the time, and people can log in at that moment. And then, independently of that, of course, we will organize conferences and meetings in the future as well, and these will then, depending on the evolution of the pandemic, hybrid meetings or presential meetings. So yes, but the platform, to be able to organize regular contacts, the platform is virtual.
I'll just stay with the line.
Yes, I can put the link to the stakeholder group in the chat. Maybe that would be helpful. But we will share the slides as well.
Thank you, Bob. But in terms of the outcomes of them, do the outcomes of the group response to have an impact in terms of where you will put your efforts in terms of maybe future calls of the program, or what will be the outcomes of the stakeholder meetings, if you know what I mean?
Well, the outcome of the stakeholder meetings can twofold: get a sense of a direction for the research, in the sense of what is important, what do people see as important. I have to say that we are in the process. So for those that register on the platform, we're now creating also, you have to say who you are, meaning not as an individual, but who do you represent? Are you a citizen, or are you someone from the industry, or are you a healthcare professional? So that allows us also to know what is put forward in terms of thinking. So one, it will help orient priorities, for example, for research, but there are also a lot of actions that have been put forward in the Beating Cancer Plan, for which the colleagues from DG Santé would like some feedback. So it is really to get feedback on things that have been put forward to be able to orient future programs, for example, or also to feed, if you will, the dialogue with the member states. Because we have regular meetings, like I mentioned, we have set up this subgroup on cancer, and we meet regularly with representatives of the Health and Research Ministry, and through the platform that there might be information that would be relevant to share as a point of discussion in the subgroup. So it's quite broad use, let's say.
Thank you, Barbara. I'll stop my client talk at the moment, and it's important. We had a young lady, Garrett Murphy from University Hospital in Waterford. She gave a tremendous.
Sorry, Tom, I really have difficulty hearing you. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have a bit of a sore throat. My apologies. Can you hear me now, Barbara?
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, apologies. It's just my throat's very quite sore. So we had a young lady yesterday. Her name is Garrett Murphy. She gave an opening presentation yesterday at yesterday's meeting, and she's a psycho-oncologist. And she made it very clear to us that there's a lot we can do in terms of technology to support them, like early detection of issues that come through are very important to them, and normalizing the experience of distress. So she was giving us her perspective of what the issues were. And a thought struck me while you were talking, Barbara, is that would it be useful to get maybe right across Europe as a subgroup within the organization, where we bring all these psycho-oncologists together who are dealing with patients after the cancer process and their families from different perspectives, and maybe they could, as a unit within the group, support you in terms of what they collectively believe is relevant right across Europe. Would that be an idea?
Yeah, I think let's say that, like I mentioned, the stakeholder platform is open, so would suggest to register, and then let's say it depends a little bit on the dynamics as well within certain groups of health professionals. So we are quite open in terms of how that stakeholder contact group is populated, and if people want to start discussing amongst themselves, that is probably feasible as well. So,
Barbara, may I also introduce your colleague Dirk. Dirk Hardwick is also involved at today's meeting, and my apologies for not saying the people earlier on. And Dirk's from DG or RTD. Dirk, is there something you would like to add to the conversation? Dirk, can you hear me? Obviously not. So, does anybody have any other questions specifically for Barbara at this moment of time?
Maybe, if I may, Tom?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Barbara, for your presentation. And we really, I think, all the projects in the cluster can see ourselves and our participants working towards one of the different aspects you've discussed. And we are very much focused, for example, in many project, but also other projects of the cluster in the mental health aspects. So would you see this would be an interesting aspect in not only for quality of life, but maybe also for for all the different pillars, including maybe prevention, which is a bit, but also yes, how to develop a better quality of life, even if it is not directly related to the cancer treatment, but on the well-being aspects.
We take a comprehensive view on improving cancer control. So mental health is definitely well, it's part of everyone's life, and mental health and well-being is quite important. And mental health has a role probably to play in prevention as well, depending. I think people with depression have more difficulties to adopt certain lifestyles than others. So yes, we take a comprehensive approach.
Thank you.
Has anybody got any comments for Barbara, who I know is extremely busy? I think that is Dirk there at this stage? No, I don't think he.
Yes,
Dirk. Oh, Dirk, delighted to hear you. Dirk, delighted. I thought it might be to introduce you to the participants, and likewise maybe to give us some feedback on the cancer mission perspective.
Yeah, sorry, I had to install another microphone. No, I think Barbara has explained everything very well. I do not have to add so much. Of course, there is a lot of work ahead of us, and you can carefully read maybe the implementation plan, where you can also see what else we want to do over the next years. There is a lot of information that has not been mentioned in the presentation. It would be too much, but it's very useful to see what work is ahead of us and where you can also liaise and contribute. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Dirk, maybe you can put the link to the implementation plan that has been published in the chat so people can access it.
Yeah, I can do this.
Why we should.
Thank you, Barbara.
Okay, so
I think, Barbara, I think we've taken so much of your time. Warmly appreciate your support for what we're trying to do. Lovely to meet you again virtually, but I look forward one day to meet you in person. It'd be nice that we all can get together and see each other rather than using this wonderful virtual, but still it doesn't beat being in person to one another. So Barbara, once again, thank you so much for your time, and we will make sure everybody gets a copy of your slides and presentations, and we move on.
okay, thank you. Have good future conversations. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dirk, too, as well. Okay. Everybody, I thank you for your time and contribution in regards to that. I'd love you to hear Barbara's perspective on where the European Commission stands and where they have ongoing in terms of the direction they're going with the cancer mission. So the platform they're under discussion, but also the involvement with the new method of beating cancer is very, very important for us, all of us. So it's nice to know we have different outlets that we can tap into and support what the European Commission is trying to achieve, because obviously beating cancer is what it's all about and supporting the families in the process. And I take the point of how important the patient engagement is through the entire process. So that's very good, and I'm grateful for that, for Dirk, and also to participating. We're now going to move on to the next stage. We have the pleasure of introducing both Maria and Pedro, who are tremendous people working extremely hard in their work in the Clarify project. And I had the pleasure of meeting both of them virtually, Maria many a times, but Pedro the last time we had amongst ourselves within the cluster an opportunity to exchange what we're doing in various projects. So Pedro was very, very helpful, and I'm delighted he's here today. And Pedro's got a very strong contact and involved with Union Over, and he's the president and the business innovation manager of HOLUS. Maria, on the other hand, is the clinical, and she works in the hospital in Madrid, and it's been a very strong and doing a lot of good work in the Clarify project. So I'm not going to spend much time doing any more introductions, but I would like very much so to pass the floor to Maria to introduce to the Clarify project. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you, Tom, for the presentation. Pedro will connect shortly, but I will give the presentation of Clarify, and then we will move on to present the dashboard that we have already ongoing and running for the clinicians to use regarding the data from the Clarify project. As you said, well, I'm a medical doctor and a PhD in medicine here at Puerta de Hierro University Hospital in Madrid at the Medical Oncology Department. And we are the coordinators of Clarify, the hospital. And Pedro from HOLUS, they are one of our partners, and they have developed the dashboard that we are using currently to analyze the data that we have been collecting in the project. So I will, I don't know if it's you on your side that you share, Zoraida, is it you sharing the screen or I should share it?
Whatever you prefer.
If you may share it, then better.
Okay, so I share it, okay.
Okay, then for the dashboard, I will be the one sharing it. Okay, a ver, no, this is, I don't know if this is the last version. Okay, I will share it because I don't know if that is the. Oh, thank you very much. No, I will share it. Can everyone see my screen now?
Yes, very good, Maria.
Oh, good. Vale. Okay, so. What we're going to present today is a bit the overall of the project and the ongoing of the project, and also the dashboard that, well, the platform that was developed in order to analyze the data that we have, but not only the clinical data, but also data that we have been collected from wearables and also prems and proms for the patients. So what we want and our focus is to improve cancer long survivors of 3 pathologies study that we have, that it's breast cancer, lung cancer, and lymphoma that are prevalent here in, they are prevalent worldwide, but also here we have the specialization in those kind of pathologies. And we believe that it's very important, given that there are no follow-up guidelines, or at least no standard follow-up guidelines in this kind of patients and pathologies. So we know that the rationale of our project was focusing in the large number of increasing cancer survivors in Europe, well, not only in Europe but also in the United States. But the thing is that when we discharge the patient at the medical oncology department, they don't really know who to go to, the specialist, the primary care doctor. They don't really know whenever all the mid-term or long-term problems appear. They don't really know where to go. And in this term, already the Americans are trying to address these problems regarding the needs of the cancer survivors. In fact, there are, as I said, no consensus follow-up guidelines that we can base our follow-up of these patients. There are some follow-up protocols on breast cancer, but we are based on protocols that have been present for 50 years already. So they haven't been updated, okay? Especially regarding new treatments or new procedures, they haven't been updated. So we are not really sure if the follow-up that we are giving the patients is really appropriate. Also, the cancer at the hospital is still seen as an acute disease. So the model at during the follow-up is really focusing toxicities during the treatment, not the secondary effects after the treatments, which are a lot. Okay, so they have what they report, what our patients report is a lot of unmet physical, functional, and psychosocial needs that impact not only the quality of life of the patients, but also subsequently their survival, okay? And what we are trying to do is design these follow-up evidence-based guidelines based on our experience that we are achieving with Clarify, collecting all of this data and integrating it in the platform. So we are able to design these guidelines and these follow-up protocols. So what we want is to identify all of these post-treatment first, what the factors that predict poor health status in our patients, also identify those patients with higher risk of developing secondary toxicities, psychological disparament, all of these things that we usually don't, or even risk of relapse, all of these things that we usually have a standard follow-up, but not really based on evidence, but just protocols that have been used for a long time and haven't been updated. So we will focus on these prevalent types of cancer: breast cancer, lung cancer, and lymphomas. Breast cancer and lymphomas being already long survivors, and lung cancer in the last 10 years have really experienced a very high increase in survivorship, given a bit of a more early detection protocols, and also the benefits from new treatments in metastatic stages, which are the most diagnosed ones. So what we do is collect data from our patients at the hospital, and also from a national database from lung cancer patients. All of this is integrated with molecular data and physical activity wearables data that we within the pilot that we have started in our hospital, where we put a wearable device that monitors the physical activity, sleep, possible sleep disorders, and other circadian rhythm parameters that are very useful to to determine the patient the patient's routine outside the hospital that we are normally not able to monitor. We also the patients also complete quality of life questionnaires, validated ones, of course, specific for cancer patients, and also specific for certain for our pathologies at study. All of this is integrated in the platform, in the Clarify platform, and allows clinicians to have all of this data available in order to obtain patterns of the populations or profiles of certain kind of patients to see response, toxicities, and other and results from the wearables that we want to analyze in order to design, for example, interventions that medical interventions, of course, that may improve the quality of life of these patients and adapt the follow-up to that certain profile of patients. At the moment, we have in this platform data from more than 20,000 lung cancer patients, more than 2,000 breast cancer patients, and the number of lymphoma has already increased to 400. So they are very good numbers in order to be able already to extract patterns of the population and identify profiles of the patient. This is we will see now live how the dashboard works. Okay, but from you can select first the pathology at study. We can select from the hospital our cohort of patients, or we can go to the national database of lung cancer. We would go to an individual analysis if we want to analyze specifically one patient, or we can do a population analysis if we want to study a certain cohort or a certain group of patients and analyze them as a whole. We also have other features that include predictive models or drug-drug interaction tools, which are also very useful for clinicians. And we obtain, this is as you will see in a bit, the interface of the dashboard, and also how we can analyze at the moment, real time, the survival of certain kind of patients, and obtain the survival curves or the statistics of our patients. Okay, that you will see shortly in a table. So what the use cases that we have applied for all the three pathologies at study are the clinical follow-up, of course, the follow-up related to the tumor. Okay, identifying patients with high risk of developing especially secondary malignancies or toxicities. Okay, and that may appear during the follow-up that normally we don't detect, or we are late at detecting them. And then on the other side, monitoring the competing causes related and not related to the tumor. Those are secondary effects like anxiety or depression, physical morbidity, or secondary tumors that may impact the daily living of these patients. Then the startup of the Chrono Health wearable pilot, which is the monitoring of circadian rhythm and physical activity in our patients. And as I mentioned before, the quality of life and sexual function questionnaires that give us a lot of additional information that normally we don't collect here at the consultation. This is the kind of this is how we install the Chrono Health wearable on the patient, and the kind of data that we obtain. And what we do is at the end of the treatment, we put the wearable to have a baseline of the project, a baseline of the patient, and then after 1 week of monitoring, we analyze all of the data collected, and with that we design an intervention for the patient. And after a few months, we reanalyze again, we monitor the patient again, and reanalyze it to see if we have improved all of those parameters or not. So with these, we have been able to open a new consultation at the hospital, at the medical oncology department, which is cancer long survival consultation, very focused in clarify patients, but we also are able to start seeing other pathologies. We have already detected some uncovered needs that we didn't know as clinicians, and that have been reported by our patients from the quality of life questionnaires. And also the report that we get from the wearable device. With these, we designed the interventions that are needed by our patients, and which complement the clinical follow-up related to the tumor. With these, we're able to really have an integrated approach to the follow-up care of the patients. And what we do is have a really good decision support system with the Clarify platform that we can also integrate with the clinical data that come from the electronic health record. So our use of artificial intelligence tools and the real world data, so that we are not only focusing in patients that would be included in clinical trials, but any kind of patients, older patients or patients with comorbidities, which are most of them in cancer. We are considering and treating all of our patients, and we are obtaining profiles to be able to stratify by risk our patients, to personalize their follow-up, also not only focusing patient profiles, but obtain population patterns that can allow us or assist us in designing these protocols of follow-up based on the needs of the patients, and also design personalized interventions based on the different data sources that I mentioned, which is already ongoing in our project. And with this is maybe the overall of the project. I will move on now to present you the dashboard that we use as the solution.
Mary, do you want me to say something? Meanwhile.
Oh, hi Pedro. I didn't know that you were already here. Please.
Yes, since the beginning, since 10 o'clock. The meeting started. I thought it was at 10. It was probably my mistake, but I was here.
No.
58, I was here. I think you started a little bit.
Yeah, but I started talking without you. And Tom was very kind.
Let me tell you, I will be very, 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 very brief if you allow me, just to say that I couldn't feel more happy to see that I'm completely unusual, not used to this presentation, because you are entitled and you presented everything clearly, especially the knowledge discovery on all these technologies. That so it's very good for us to see that it's a tool that is being used by doctors. So this was our main challenge in the project, let's say, as the dashboard builders. Our main challenge is to put two communities of very expert people, which are oncology clinicians and researchers that do knowledge discovery, talking together, which is very hard. It's our hardest task, let's say. And so we feel very happy to see that the dashboard now is being not just used, but also so well explained by a clinician. So I know Maria is not a usual clinician, but even though it's impressive the way she presents everything. I will just do 2 or 3 remarks for the audience to say that so the first objective is clearly accomplished, which was giving a tool to clinicians with very complex knowledge discovery tools available, and you will see it in a while. We will show it. And this is a real case of, let's say, big data, because the data is very heterogeneous. It comes from the internet, from articles in the internet, to the case of ChronoHealth, which is a device that does streaming every second about so many parameters when it's installed in a patient. So we have all these typical problems of velocity, veracity of the information, of course, validation, volume, everything is present. It's really a challenge. It was the second challenge. And the third challenge that we had to conquer was because they really produced data. It was impressive. After 6 months of work with the hospital, we had zettabytes of that already. It was really, we were above gigabytes. It was, the data was flowing. I think one of the reasons why we had so much information is that this project coordinator, the IP that we have, the hospital, did the ethical approvement very soon. So we started the project almost immediately with data. That was very, very, very important. And we created this tool that you will see now, where the data can be located in the hospital, which the majority of times it is, or it could be completely in another partner after processing, and we do the access doing web services, or some of them also in the dashboard, because we can install virtual machines into the dashboard. This is very technical. This just for a small detail if someone in the audience is from computer science. So I will give you the word again, and let me tell you that it has been really nice to have a project that after 1 year of work, they started to use our tool in the hospital. And now after almost 2 years of work, we have so many results. We are starting to publish. We already published. And so what you will see is the tool presented by a clinician. And this is what I would like to raise my attention to it. It's not a computer scientist that is going to present it. It's
No.
So Mary, it's yours. The floor is yours again. Sorry.
Thank you, Pedro, very much. It's from our side, is the first time that we are able to work side by side with computer scientists this way, and to fill the gap that I think that especially we have, clinicians have, because we are like really limited in terms of computer science use or knowledge. So it's very nice when you with not only Olos, but also the different partners, technical partners in our project, has been like really a very good experience to be able to share the data, explain the data, make them understand it, and get all the analysis and everything ongoing, no, in the project, and in the end to have this tool and all of the and everything like really available for everyone, organized, and following, of course, all of the laws that are really important to meet in terms of course, of the identification of data and being able to use this data without putting in danger any confidentiality issues. So I'm going to proceed to present you the dashboard. We the use of it is now for any clinician that is related to the 3 pathologies at study, in terms of wanting to check the number of patients that we have from each pathology, characteristics, everything is collected there. And also if the patient has been monitored with the chronohealth device, everything is there. And then what we do is include the clinical intervention that we do on that patient, and that is collected there and in the electronic health record system of the hospital. So it's very good, because then our electronic health record system doesn't allow us to analyze anything. So, but the dashboard has been able to do that for us. So it's very useful, because we don't have to go to a statistician anymore to be able to analyze our population. We can do it like in real time in the dashboard. So I will share my screen again. And here. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Perfect. Clear.
So this is the interface of the dashboard. We have to log in with our username and password and everything. And what we have here are the 3 pathologies at study. Okay, so I usually work with lung cancer, and we have here the 2 data sets that we have available. Okay, the cohort of patients from our hospital or the Spanish Lung Cancer Group database. These regarding lung, because breast and lymphoma are only cohorts from the hospital. Okay, but in lung cancer we have the 2 options. So if we would want to proceed to an individual analysis, okay, of this is an identifier that correlates with the electronic health record of a patient, but that correlation is only based here at the hospital. Okay, so we would go to these specific patients if I have today a consultation with this patient to see their status. Okay, so we have the main characteristics of the patient. Okay, date of diagnosis, stage of the disease, stage 4, age. It's a male, former smoker, it's an adenocarcinoma, negative for mutations, health status 0, which is very good. With comorbidities, he's on immunotherapy, and he has received 1 line of treatment. We would be able to access to the quality of life questionnaire, okay, and see the different results. Or if we want to analyze the here we see, like in this radar graph, the different results obtained in the questionnaire, but then we would be able to access the different sections. Okay, the EQ5D for the quality of life for patients, or the QLQ-C30, which is specific for cancer patient, or the sexual function questionnaire. Okay, we would be able to access all of that. We also would be able to access the chronohealth device reports. We have a health report that is produced by chronohealth, which is one of our partners and the one that produced the wearable. Okay, and they produce a very, very complete circadian rhythm report where they monitor physical activity, sleeping habits, and a lot of indicators that it's really, really complete to see everything that the patient really does and really experiences at day and at night. Because then, for example, in lung cancer patients, what we have is a lot of insomnia, a lot of pain, reducing physical activity. So here what we can do is see if the patient has certain habits that are impacting in all of that. And instead of going straight to put them on certain drugs to sleep or certain kind of things, what we try to do is modify certain habits that we see that maybe are interfering. Okay, so it's a much better approach than just, okay, I have insomnia, so I give you just a benzodiazepine so that you can sleep. No, what we try to do, and what we give to the patient is an interpretation of these reports so that they understand, and we understand too, because the expert report is really complex, and here we have all the interpretation. And what we are able then is to see all of these parameters table and see if the patient is really within the the ranges of general population, because all the time Chrono Health what does is compare our patients profile with the general population, and we can detect if we are outside this range or within this range. Okay, and it allows clinicians to really be proactive in that sense. Okay, so and then here, as I said, we are able to design the specific intervention and collect, for example, certain cardiovascular risk factors that may interact or that are impacting in the health of the patients, along with all, of course, of the clinical follow-up that we use and that we do usually. Okay, and for example, if we go to population analysis, and we move on to the Spanish Lung Cancer Group database, here what we have is the analysis of almost 15,000 patients, where we can see the percentage of male and females. We see what we have in the different stages. As you can see, the problem in lung cancer is that the diagnosis is very late, most of them in stage 3 and 4, which are already non-resectable, and the disease is metastatic. So they are not candidates to surgery, and we depend on treatment. So the best treatment selection is the one that is going to give the patient more quality of life and more survival. So we are now using this tool also to be able to say, okay, what is happening to males and females in the Spanish population, stage 4. Okay, and here we would be able to compare if, for example, there is a difference regarding gender. Wait, something happened. I was logged out. Sorry about that. Okay, here again. So if we want to see if there is a gender-related difference between our population, and we see that being a female really has a protective, it's a protective factor in terms of survival, for example. If we go back and want to obtain statistics, because I want to study, for example, regarding smoking habits and treatment and comorbidities in our patients, and not in all stages, but just in stage 4, we would be able to obtain a table, and it's retrieved instantly, and we will have those numbers. So then what we are able with this is to correlate it with quality of life questionnaires, as I said, and for example, in this case, see the treatment that we are giving, see if those patients have what have they reported in the quality of life questionnaires, to see the secondary effects that they are having, what comorbidities do they have, because the majority of them have comorbidities. And also we can do that comparing it, for example, to our cohort of patients, like compare the national data with our patients here at the hospital. So in this case, if I do refresh, we would have around 2,000 patients of lung cancer that we have in our hospital. we will see that the proportion is, the rate is similar to what's happening in the whole of Spain. But then we can make out here that we have more early stages, so we are able to detect more early stages patients. So the survival in our cohort of patients is over the average of Spain. So we would be able to compare what we are doing, for example, the analysis that I performed initially, and see what's happening regarding survival in stage 4 in male and female, and we obtain exactly the same pattern. But we can do that also if we want to analyze what's going on with early stages. We would be able to do exactly the same and see how the survival increases so much when we are talking about early stages. Okay, in fact, it's a work that we are doing now, analyzing specifically this cohort of patients, because they are really the long survivors in lung cancer. We are obtaining some long survivors in metastatic disease too, with, for example, immunotherapy treatments. But we know that they have more toxicities, more comorbidities, and the survival, we know it's at 5 years. But here we're talking about survival of more than 10 years. So that is really matching like results of other long surviving pathologies such as breast cancer or lymphoma. So it's very, very good news. So what we are trying in Clarify is to really analyze how to do a really personalized and correct follow-up for these patients, because there were no long survivors, for example, in lung cancer 10 years ago. There are no follow-up guidelines for these kind of patients. So, and we have to provide them, not only the patient association, of course, that they give now an immense support to the patients, but from the clinical sides, we have to give them, not to say, okay, I see you in a year, no, or I reevaluate you with a CT scan in 6 months, in a year. I don't know if that is the correct time for a certain type of patient. So what we're doing here is analyze specifically this cohort of patients and see if we obtain profiles of high risk and low risk of patients, so that we adapt the follow-up to these patterns. Okay, and I think that is.
I'm being really yes, I know it's been really incredible what you've done, and I appreciate the intervention of Pedro. We're running into a little bit of time difficulty, and we have some questions coming in from the audience that I would love maybe just to share with you, and perhaps we take it down. And I know also we have some poll questions. Victoria's been in contact with us, and she says, I understand the dashboard consumes. Can you hear me?
We can't hear you very, very clear.
Oh, right, sorry, I'm struggling with the throat this morning.
Tom, shall we share the poll first? The poll questions?
Yes, please. Let's do the poll first. So.
Okay. So good morning to all. Share my screen. Start with the first question. As yesterday, you can enter the menti.com website, and by using this code here, 24895278, you will automatically see what I share with you in my screen. And you can answer the poll question, the first poll question. Otherwise, I will also copy here in the chat the link. The first question posed by Clarify is, are clinical decision support systems considered as safe tools to bring the most current and relevant evidence-based practice recommendations on clinical decisions? To great extent, somewhat, little, neutral, or don't know, not at all. And we also have a question on the chat from Adonis. Adonis, please, you can also feel free to open your microphone and let's be more interactive.
Yes, but I think before my question, there was a question from Victoria. So if Victoria wishes to...
Yes, sure. Apologies, I missed that.
Okay, it's Pedro here. I read the two questions in the chat. Do you want me to answer to that question?
Yes, Pedro, please, if you could do that.
Okay, being very pragmatic, yes. One of the challenge was being able to extract the data from the electronic health record. But let's say the hospital was very much prepared to export it in, let's say, a raw format. And then we have ETL tool, an extract and transformation and load tool to extract it in a way that we could share with the partners. Anyhow, all the information extracted from the health record was immediately anonymized by the hospital. So none of us has any information about privacy, any privacy information. We have a code, and that code it's code generated by the hospital. So definitely that was one of the success, of this project, was being able to access to these huge and very, let's say, it's full of information that is in the hospital, all the health records about the patients. I think this answer to both questions. I'm not sure.
Appreciate it, Federico. We're going to go on to some questions that came in. So, Victoria, would you like to raise your questions?
Yeah, I think that more or less is what Pedro answered. Maybe just to check whether I have understood it right. So you are accessing, you are consuming the EHR in real time, right? Or did you extract in one shot the data?
No. The data is okay. The data is extracted periodically, and
Okay.
so we have data available. We have data from 31st of December this year. So we have 2 months of delay in this moment, because all the process then needs to be done. And this was related with another question that is here. Let me see. The interpretation reports. These interpretation reports are created, in this case, by one of the partners, Chrono Wealth, that process all that raw data, and they have their own machine learning tools and statistical tools to create some of these reports. So what it's happening is that the dashboard receives the raw data plus information about some of the comparisons to gold population, let's say, the standards. And so we are able to create this dynamically in the dashboard.
And Pedro and Maria, let me complement to this question. So, and this patient report, how is this being provided to patients? And do you somehow measure the comprehensive way of communication of this report to the patients?
There's always,
do you get some feedback?
There's always clinician involved, so the patients don't receive the reports without the mediation of the clinician in the consultations, because this was one of the most impressive let's say happenings in the project, is that the hospital created a Clarify consultation. So all these 2,000 patients that we have from the hospital Porta Hierro, they are being followed in a consultation called Clarify. Okay, so they put the devices and then they receive the report. It's mediated by the clinicians, and this information then is served to the patient.
Okay, so let me just clarify
please.
intervention. So the patient's interaction with your system is just to wear the device, right? They don't have any kind of application that they see the recommendations. I guess that is the clinician, the one that mediates between the system and the patient. And What about the quality of life questionnaires that you mentioned that you include in your platform? How are these being collected during the consultations?
That's also that's a very good question. Yes. Maria, you can follow. Yes, but
no. You go on. You go on. I wanted just to say that the quality of life questionnaires are completed online, so we get them instantly. The responses.
Okay,
And,
so it's the patients. It's the patients themselves that answer these questionnaires. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and how often do you provide these questionnaires to them? Is it based on the care plan that you design, the intervention?
Yes, it's normally pre-intervention and then post-intervention. So it's more or less every 6 months.
Okay.
But we also adapt it to each group of patients, okay? Because what we are doing, especially, for example, in breast cancer, we are dividing the patients in early stages and metastatic disease because the follow-up is very different. So we are adapting the project also timeline to these patients, like really personalized per not only per pathology, but also within the subtype of pathology that would be like divided into stages as we did, because it's more in the end is more specific and it's very different. Metastatic breast cancer from an early stage or in lung cancer. So the groups are separated in that sense.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's clear. Thank you.
Just one thing that I would like to add is the following. One of the things that happened in this project also was at the beginning, we discover lack of information. For example, in some specific areas like quality of life, it was absent so many relevant areas like the sexual area, what happened in the sexuality of the patient, what happened in nutrition, for example. So having these tools of creating very fast and deliver these questionnaires to the patients was the solution to have in time data that really changed a little bit the way the hospital work. It was very impressive to see that after less than 1 year, they created new follow-up consultations based on the reaction of the questionnaires that had information that previously we didn't have in the project. So it was very impressive to see.
I'm going to interrupt you all because it's a wonderful conversation. We've run out of a little time for Clarify. We've had a lot of great discussion, great feedback, and great talk. I suggest we hold it now. We allow people to take a little break. We are 11:40 CET time, so I suggest we come back maybe at 11:55 for everybody. And at that stage, we're going to go into the third session where we've talked about patient engagement in clinical trials. And this will be by Cathy from the ECP at that stage. So we take a little break now and we'll come back at 11:55 CET time. Okay, see you all then.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Welcome back, everybody. We start to go to session 3. I'm very pleased to have our third session now with Kathy, who is the president of the Hellenic Cancer Federation in Greece and is a member of the board of the European Cancer Patient Coalition. And I'm looking forward to meeting Kathy in sometime in the near future. What we're going to do now is listen and try to get some insight of the issues of patient engagement during clinical trials. So Kathy, with that, I'll hand the floor over to you now. Thank you. Kathy, are you there? There seems to be a slight problem here. Ah, Kathy, there you are. Kathy, I just can't hear you at the moment. You're slightly muted. Can you hear us okay? Kathy, I'm not quite hearing you at the moment. No, Kathy, nothing coming through. Let me see.
She's unmuted, so maybe it's Kathy, your microphone, or maybe you can try to. Now we hear you.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Will you share your slides? Shall I share them for you?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So it was a pleasure to be here with you today and see this initiative of all EU-funded projects together, and indeed our own project Life Champs. And on this occasion, I would also like to welcome and thank the researchers of Professor Bamidis' lab who are with us today. So what we are going to talk, my presentation is about today, is about patient engagement in clinical trials. Next slide, please. Before starting, I would like to say a few words about ECPC and me. As a breast cancer survivor, I have been involved very early in cancer patient advocacy and cancer research in my country, Greece. And I have started with patient advocacy in breast cancer. But I have been with the CPC since its start in 2005 as a representative of Greek cancer patient organizations. And since 2013, I am a board member and the previous president. The European Cancer Patient Coalition was established in 2003 and is the largest European cancer patient umbrella organization with more than 400 members across Europe and the UK, and I would say that we extend across continents too. Next slide. What ECPC is doing? For those of you and for our audience who do not know what we are doing, I can share with you this slide where you can see that we are active in policy, research, education and capacity building, communication and governance. So what we are doing exactly, I will tell you a few words about it. Despite progress in policies that support people with cancer, their families and their carers, there remains considerable exclusion and disparities across Europe among and within countries. ECPC has worked consistently with its members to empower them to advocate for best quality treatment and care, to participate in decision-making in healthcare regarding their treatment, and to reduce the socioeconomic disparities associated with cancer. And here I have to say that we have conducted some 3 years ago an extensive European survey to understand what are the barriers that cancer patients face across Europe regarding their socioeconomic rights to health care and to return to their normal life. Cancer research projects allow ECPC to be at the forefront of scientific developments in cancer treatment and in the societal, economic, and policy aspects related to cancer treatment, care, and survivorship. We are proud to be members now in approximately 17 EU-funded projects, and we have recently been honored that 12 proposals in which we have participated have been approved by the European Commission. ECPC is there to serve its members, representing cancer patients with all types of cancer, from the most common to the rarest. ECPC is working to increase its members' capacity in understanding EU policy and research, and to help them shape their national cancer policy in their own countries. ECPC believes that engaging in a dialogue, fostering collaboration, and providing members with tools to advocate and campaign is essential to build and maintain a strong network. Strong and effective internal and external communication boosts the outreach of ECPC to its members, partners, and stakeholders across all EU ECPC areas of work, from governance to capacity building, policy and advocacy, health and research. Positioning ECPC as a key, trustworthy, and influential actor in all fora involved in controlling cancer, using the possibilities offered by its communication channels, will improve further its reputation, serve its mission, and invigorate its outreach. And we would not be able, next slide please, we would not be able, next slide, okay, we would not be able to achieve all that we have been achieving during the last 20 years of ECPC existence without the assistance and the support of our partners. ECPC has built over the last 20 years of its life a strong network of partners and collaborators among the European scientific cancer societies, the European Commission, and other EU institutions in which it is represented. Next slide, please. Next slide. At CPC, we work since late 2017 together with our members and partners towards the cancer mission and the EU Cancer Plan. We actively participate in European Commission expert committees and fora, and are represented in EU institutions. We have published our position on research and innovation in the special edition of the Molecular Oncology, and here you see our own paper stating what ECPC can do to bridge cancer policy and cancer research. We strongly supported the establishment of the Challenge Cancer Intergroup on Cancer, which was the first intergroup among all intergroups for the current mandate of the EU Commission. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it is just, there is a bit delay. I click, but it takes a little while.
Okay, it doesn't matter. The primary missions of the ECPC are to educate patients, increase their involvement in research, and to disseminate information about cancer and cancer research results to the general public. This active engagement of patients is vital to improving the quality of healthcare in Europe and to understanding patient preferences about their treatment and care, and they are crucial elements of patient-centered care. Research projects allow the ECPC to be at the forefront of scientific developments, and the organization is actively involved in the design and implementation of various EU-funded projects. Within these projects, the ECPC emphasizes the importance of involving patients as co-researchers and strongly advocates for patients' early participation in defining research priorities and patient-centric treatment decisions. The CPC encourages a strong partnership between researchers, cancer centers, and patients that allows the latter to share their unique experience with the aim of achieving a more patient-centric approach to cancer research and care. The CPC offers several resources as part of its capacity building strategy to guide its member organizations on the crucial role of patients in clinical trials and research programs. An important project to highlight the advancement of patients' involvement in research is the Innovative Medicines Initiative project, Patient Preferences in Benefit Risk Assessment during the drug life cycle, the one that is most known as the IMI Prefer project. The initiative aims to provide evidence-based recommendations to support guidelines development on how patient preferences should be assessed to inform decisions making. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, and we were glad to see that the patient involvement in research is featured among the recommendations of the Cancer Mission, particularly in the recommendation 12 and the recommendation 13, which you see here. Next slide, please. So, what is patient engagement in clinical trials? In my presentation, I am going to address 4 aspects of patient engagement in clinical trials. And let's go to the next slide, please. Next slide. No, the previous one. Okay, this is the one. So the first question, the first aspect that we have to address is whether cancer patients are interested in clinical trials. The reality is that cancer patients, when hit by cancer, in their great majority, they do not know much about cancer, and their primary interest is to get a treatment and recover their health. It takes quite some time going through the cancer pathway to start having questions first, and then get the courage to be able to ask those questions to their doctor and their treatment team. Initially, patients do not know much about clinical trials. They come to know about clinical trials when they are already advanced in their cancer pathway, when there are no more options. When there are no more options, treatment options for cancer patients, their clinicians might offer the possibility to engage in a clinical trial or offer palliative care. But do at that stage patients know enough about clinical trials? I would say no. And why patients might not know enough to be able to evaluate the situation, because till that time all their interest was about if the treatment they receive would be beneficial for them or not. Going through treatment does not let you much time to go through different possibilities and ask questions. And we should not forget that information is not available in all EU languages. All information is available only in English language, which is it's a barrier. Not all patients are expected to know enough English to understand what they can find on the internet, and then starts at that time when they start having questions to go on the internet and try to find answers. Are the answers they find on the internet all trustworthy? Absolutely not. And there comes the importance of advice from their clinicians. Their clinicians, together with the prescriptions, they should give also a prescription for internet information. We understand that clinicians, oncologists, and other specialties in oncology are very busy, particularly in the public healthcare systems, and do not have much time, but it would help their patients to understand their disease, to give them information so that they know what their disease is, what are the treatment options, and what is the treatment option that their doctor prescribed. So at the beginning, when patients start to understand and consider the possibility to participate in a clinical trial, then they participate as subjects, where there is very little involvement and participation. They are participating as subject, hoping that they get a treatment that might be beneficial for them. Only when they are sometime into the clinical trial and they get more informed, they start to get more information. And what we see here is the famous patient activity ladder, and I preferred to show this one instead of the classic patient activity ladder as it is in the patient in the patient EU-funded project from where I have taken it. Next slide, please. However, we should consider that the two key factors that activated the interest of patients in their care are two. First is the possibility to get the same information as their doctors on the internet. The internet was the first activator of patient interest in their care, and secondly was the genome sequencing. That is a development of the last 20 years. So today, in the last 10 years, we have seen a very quick shift towards participation in clinical trials, and this was facilitated by the development of genome sequencing, the importance of personalized medicine in cancer care, the importance of biomarkers in cancer care, because now the majority of new drugs are drugs that are accompanied by a biomarker. What this means that the treatment is not a treatment for everybody, is a treatment for a specific population of cancer patients who express a specific biomarker. Then the translational research. We cannot do without translational research, and the research that we are having now is research that fits the needs of specific cancer patient populations. And as I was telling before, now in clinical trials, in cancer research, the importance of quality of life and patient preferences is growing. Patients are not ready unless they are in specific cancer patient populations where there are no many options to accept less quality of life and not that much patient preferences. But this is still also questionable. And we have also the ever-increasing cost of cancer treatments that makes very important to understand if a treatment will be beneficial for cancer patient, if it will have adverse events which can be withstood by patients or not, if these new cancer treatments can be withstood by the European public health care systems. Next slide, please. And assuming that cancer patient advocates are willing to engage in a clinical trial, or that a cancer patient organization would like to inform its members about a clinical trial that might be beneficial for the patients they represent, what is the homework they have to do before engaging? And this is very important, because when we think of the role of patients in clinical research, this might be limited to the thought of a patient being a subject in a clinical trial. However, patients and patient organizations may have much more to offer now, and by using their experiential knowledge, patients have a potential role as partners in clinical research. I remember here when I was first asked in our famous eSmart project, that was a project about the possibility of patients undergoing first-line cancer treatment with chemotherapy to be able to connect with the hospital where they received their treatment through a cancer research nurse and through an application on their mobile to refer every day the symptoms they had and how they could overcome them. This was very important for us because for the first time in early 2013, I was asked to participate in a patient protocol. A patient protocol was till that time a very special thing which patients had no right to touch or consult or being involved. And for the first time, as a patient advocate and representing ECPC in the project, I was asked to go through the protocol and note and make comments on what was important to us. So this is very important to involve cancer patients from the start. A partnership with between patients and patient organizations and the other stakeholders like pharmaceutical companies, clinical researchers, CROs will create new paradigms for which not only the patient will benefit but also the quality, quantity and effectiveness of clinical research. In the end, such partnerships will contribute to better patient-centered healthcare. The majority of patients were happy to be approached about participating in clinical trials, as far as we know, while others may decline participation, and this has to do about how much patients know whether they are able to communicate with other patients that have participated in clinical trials, how open they are in using social media where they can meet other patients who have participated in clinical trials. Although a major, the majority of patients, as I said, were happy to participate in a clinical trial, but we should not exclude the patients who do not want to participate and those who are still questioning, and here comes the role of the patient organizations to be well informed, to inform their members. And of course, the participation in the clinical trials has connections with biobanking. With this has to do with patients donating their samples, their biosamples for research and to the consideration of research biopsies. Next slide, please. Why we should make sure that clinical trials deliver value for patients? Unless we make sure as cancer patient organizations, as clinical trial leaders, we cannot assure that the clinical trials are meaningful for patients. What we have to assure is that the research that is being to be conducted has a meaning for the patients that we are going to invite to participate in the clinical trial. So we have to make sure from the start that the research question is relevant to both patients and researchers, and this means work well before the research protocol is prepared. This means that the researchers get together with the patients to discuss the various ways that the research question can be phrased, and if this has a meaning and answers the needs of cancer patients. Secondly, the studies should adopt from start an appropriate design and methodology. Without appropriate design and methodology, we come not to results that can be trusted, that can be trusted as material for publishing, and this does not create trust in clinical trials. The availability of the published results. This is a very important issue, and this has given rise, besides the journals, the medical journals, which are behind paywalls, to a new a new generation of open access journals where patients and researchers can go and find the published results of research. The importance of systematic assessments in relation to other relevant studies. This has to do with meta-analysis, with methodology that makes sure that the research that we are conducting now answers really a new question, and that this question has a relation to other evidence-based research that has been conducted earlier. Reproducibility of study results. This is very also important. If the researchers cannot reproduce the results that they have found, this raises a lot of questions about the authenticity of the results. And last but not least, the importance of the lay summary of the study, which is a must for some of the research that are being conducted. And I am glad to see more and more lay summaries which make it easy for cancer patients who are starting to get informed about clinical trials and clinical research to make sense of all what is available on the internet. Next slide, please. That was all my presentation. Thank you very much for your patience, and if you have questions, I am here to answer them. Thank you very much.
Tom, thank you very, very much for your very informative presentation on what you're doing in the EPC. I think it was brilliant, and the importance is very relevant, and also what you're doing on in regards to patients involved in clinical trials. May I ask you a quick question? Just yes. my thoughts are running. We have in the cluster that we're working with, and I appreciate your thoughts on it. We have a lot of clinical trials ongoing. My worry, and from a practical point of view, is that while we're developing the ongoing trials, we may lose some patients in the process. Is there any advice that you might have for us that stuff we may do to not have to go through a situation where we lose patients and have to go try to find other patients, because obviously I have an impact on the trials we're doing?
Yeah, that's a question that we have faced also in the projects that we are carrying, and I will speak about my personal involvement in the eSmart project, because the project was also conducted in 3 hospitals in Greece where I was involved, so that I can tell you, the more the patients are informed before their enrollment in the clinical trial, the less you will lose. The more their questions are answered promptly, the more they will be convinced to stay. I was worried that our patients might not be willing to answer the long PRO's questionnaires, but I can assure you that having the PROs not delivered online, but through a nurse during their chemotherapy, first of all, they had someone to talk to when they had their chemotherapy. They were not alone. And the research nurse could explain every question, what exactly was answered to them. And after the first, because we had 3 separate PROs during the length of the project, that was 5 years. The next were very easy. The patients were glad to respond. They were happy to participate and contribute to a project that would help other cancer patients. You cannot imagine what is the solitude of the patient between one chemo to the other. It is very difficult to get a patient meeting with your clinician. It's impossible to get an appointment between two chemos. You need 2-3 times to get an appointment. We don't have in Greece research nurses. So the patient is supposed to do the best he can by himself, and the written instructions if he have received some. So it is very important to have someone who sits with you and explains everything at the beginning. We did have some patient, let's say, declines during the study, and I have to say also, remark, that the decline is more among men than women. Why? Because men are not so much involved with their own care. Usually it is their wife, their partners, who take them by hand to go to the doctor. And unless their partner is there, it's more difficult to get them convinced that they should go on with their treatment and participation. So myself, what I would have to advise is that information to the participants of the clinical trials should be continuous. It's not enough to engage the patients in the clinical trials and then forget them. You have to be with them at every stage and answer their questions, support them, offer them information if they need them, ask how they feel about their participation, answer all their concerns.
Thank you, Katia. It's very important. I appreciate it. And my thoughts are like...
I cannot hear you.
I'm sorry, Katia. I have a rather sore throat. I apologize for this. So we spoke yesterday about incentivizing people to be part of the clinical trials. And it was suggested at the time that, look, there's nothing we can really do to incentivize people. But I had a thought while I was listening to your presentation about maybe is there some way we can strengthen our method of providing education or information that it won't become such like a stigma that's connected to clinical trials. Do you think this will be possible?
Well, this depends also with the countries, and I can assure you also that not in all countries there is a culture about clinical trials. Clinical trials, I can tell you that still in Greece and other countries are considered as experiments, and that the patient does not get good care when it is exactly the contrary. The cancer patients get extremely good care if they are in clinical trials, and in some cases it is a matter of life or death participating in a clinical trial. So if one has to talk about incentives, the incentive is to make clear to the patients that their care will be much better followed if they are in a clinical trial than outside, because they have access to all medical support they might need during that time, that they are not used as experiments. They are used as respected human beings who need to receive a treatment that is not yet available on public health care systems, that it is a trustworthy treatment that they are going to receive. And if they have any adverse events, their team will be there to intervene. So they should be assured in all aspects that their care is what the clinicians and the researchers have in mind. and I cannot talk about other projects because, you know, it has also to do with the persons who are involved in the clinical trial.
I'm going to be cutting across. One thought is that the term clinical trials are often associated with animals and so forth, and so perhaps as we move forward in life, we could stop using the word clinical trials because it's inclined to be associated with animals more so as opposed to human beings. And this is something that I'm just saying to you in passing. We have another question coming in from Antonios. Antonios, would you like to take the floor?
Yes, please. Thank you very much, Kathy. It is nice to hear you. Thank you for the nice presentation. So my question was, you mentioned in particular for the people that are involved in the clinical trials that are conducting the research, they are in contact with patients, etc. And there is also something else that it came to my mind while you were saying this. Most of the projects that are being presented within this two-day event, they create two end-user solutions. So they create a solution for patients, like a mobile app where they collect information, like the ones that you used in the eSmart project. And they also introduce a dashboard, a web application for clinicians, where all this data is being collected and is being monitored by the clinicians themselves. So it came to my mind that in previous projects regarding digital health, most of the patients were asking whether this information is being read and is being somehow considered by their clinicians. And the issue is that sometimes they weren't very eager to engage with the pilots because they said that their clinicians do not have time to look at their data, and there is no meaning to collect all this information if these are not being considered by their clinicians. So can you please comment on that? What is your opinion?
No, this has to do exactly with what I was saying. It depends on the trial team, the research team. They have to create trust before starting the trial. That's what we have been trying to do, and you know how the situation is in our country. It was very, very difficult. I was the one who was not believing that we could do it. But we had fantastic research nurses in all three hospitals who took special care with their assistants to speak and brief every patient to make sure that they understand who they are, what is their specific cancer, what are the problems of their treatment, what are their preferences, although at that time there was no discussion about preferences in 2013. But I was amazed when I have realized all this, how all this worked so well. And for me, this is an exemplar project of what we can achieve in clinical trials. Even though it was not a project with medicines, it was a project about supporting patients taking a medicine. It has worked perfectly, and for me, this is a project that has led the way into real patient involvement in clinical trials.
Yes, totally. And so do you have any specific recommendations when it comes to including patients in trials specific for development of new technologies? Are there any specific recommendations that you would put forward?
First of all, look, we took considerable time, almost all first 1.5 years, to develop a mobile application that is user-friendly. And in different countries, what is user-friendly is different. User-friendly is not the same in Greece, in Romania, in Denmark, in Sweden, in France. It's very different. the application is available in the local language and adapted to the local circumstances. Also, the measures that patients can take to counteract any adverse events are also checked against local circumstances. It is, we have, and how this has helped, because the SMART was not a project that had started now at 2013. It had run at small scales in Australia, in Scandinavia, in the UK, very small scales, and that was the first time it ran in a very large scale in 17 hospitals across Europe with more than 3,500 participants in 3 cancers. So what I can say is that this was a model, and this also had to do that we had cancer research nurses, not any nurse, a cancer research nurse, that is people who were specially trained and specially induced in the project before starting the project.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, Katie. Very insightful what you recommended. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. It gave me the opportunity to speak about the SMART. It's my preferred project.
Dear friend of mine, Catherine, Dr. Catherine Fina, she's just put a text message in on the chat saying outstanding initiative and congratulations to EEL, OK, and ECP and all involved organizations and the project. So well done for everybody. As a researcher, scientist, and cancer survivor, I would be happy to learn more and to get more involved. So I think this is this to you, Kathy. Thank you very much for your time, your presentation today, and so forward. I think there's some poll questions as well, maybe out there as well. Do we have a poll question to be run by everybody? Despina, do we have a poll question at all, or no for this specific session?
Yes, just a moment, because my screen.
Thank Kathy. Kathy, you gave us today has been phenomenal. I really do appreciate it. This is a question that we have that we're just going to get some feedback.
You will be conducting your regular cancer checkup.
So we asked the audience to respond.
Yes, that's the audience to respond.
The audience, yes, not directly to you, Kathy. That one. So if we can get response to this, as I say to everybody, it helps us with our study and researches that we're kind of going forward. I know this Mentimedia may not be so comfortable for some people, but the more who do it and complete it, the better for us.
Yes.
So I encourage you to do that.
Please answer the questions, because they are also very important for us. We have introduced in the Cancer Survivorship Guide that was published by ESMO and ECPC a table which must be filled by every clinician that is involved with cancer patient treatment. And at the end, the last clinician, when you end your treatment, must enter where you will follow your checkup and your not only what exams you will have to make in your regular annual or semi-annual checkup, but where, why? Because cancer centers do not accept cancer patients in most countries after the end of the treatment, and cancer survivors do not know where to go for their treatment after their treatment has ended. So it is very important to have a cancer survivorship plan. You can download the Cancer Survivorship Guide from the website of ESMO and look at page 54 for the Cancer Survivorship Plan. If you do not have one already, please go to your last treating physician. It can be an oncologist, a radiotherapist, or other specialty, and ask to fill it in for you.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, everybody. Now, I just realized that we run over time. And I am going to suggest we go to, we close the morning session at this stage. We'll go to session 5, 6, and 7 this afternoon. We're going to take a short break, a lunch break, so to speak, and we're due to get back at 13:35 CET time. I suggest we go back on live at 13:30, and we move forward with 3 other projects: Aspect, Rebecca, and finally we're going to talk about the cluster, where we are and where we're going forward. So we will do that, and I hope you can all join us this afternoon. So I'll see you all then, 13:30. Okay, everybody. Thanks for your time. Have a nice lunch.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Tom.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you once again for attending this morning's session. It was extremely informative. I'm delighted to have many of you back again this afternoon. So we're going to go to the final part of the Meeting Minds 4 session. This is the second day, and we've got 3 presentations this afternoon. The first presentation will be to deal with the Aspect project, and this has been driven by UBTech in Greece, and present here is John Ioannis, who sadly has been struggling with COVID a little bit, but he's keen and wants to be here today. So I'm not going to delay any longer and suggest that we start straight away now with John. So John, if I may, be so bold and give the floor to you.
Hi Tom, hi all. Thank you very much for the introduction, and I'd like to ask from all of you, sorry for my voice, let me share my screen. So I hope it's visible.
Yes.
Great. So I'm here today to present, to give you an overview of Escape project and its activities. And I don't want to spend much time explaining the usual project stuff, but we would like to focus a little bit more time on clinical testing and patient engagement and some lessons learned and some insights gained from this time with cancer patients. So let me start. As you can see in this project, several companies across and academic institutes across Europe are participating, and we start at January 1st, and the project is going to end its activities at late 22. So as I also saw the previous day in the presentations, most of the projects already presented the challenges on cancer. We know that cancer is growing, but at the same time, patients live longer, and of course, the number of survivors is increasing. But in spite of long survivorship, quality of life of these patients is impaired due to both cancer, but also due to treatments. But this is something that is not always recognized from all of us. And of course, these patients need support in their life to make it better. So we all agree that something has to be done, but this is some kind of an unmet need. The reason for this unmet need is somehow the lack of healthcare resources, limited time of physicians to spend on these issues, financial reasons, both from patients and let's say the state, and other social reasons, and unfortunately, that for many doctors, quality of life of patients is not yet a priority. Long survival is, and for patients, many time most often, patients ask how many months or years I'm going to live, and not what my quality of life is going to be during these months, years, or many years. And moving to digital technologies in healthcare and escape. Nowadays, digital oncology is a reality. Everybody knows that. And technologies like big data and AI are gaining a central role in cancer treatment. But in contrast, AI has limited role so far in supporting cancer patients. So we aspire to change that and improve their quality of life by providing targeted, personalized support at first for breast and prostate cancer patients by using big data analysis and AI-based prediction to suggest evidence-based interventions to their physicians, not directly to patients. So what we do offer, we create an open AI infrastructure that will enable healthcare providers to deploy an edge node locally, that is, for example, a hospital, and execute AI algorithms on their private data without the need to send their data outside their domain. This is that the data remain locally. And data derived knowledge is made available to doctors to support them, aid them in their decisions, and help provide a better quality of life trajectory to their patients. Here you can see an overview and bird's eye view of the escape. You can see what mechanisms are implemented on a healthcare hospital, edge node, we say, and what is the relation between the different nodes and the escape cloud, where information, anonymous information, can share between different healthcare providers. But we can talk about what knowledge is transferred between different nodes and the cloud a little bit later. So now I'd like to show you what is under the hood of escape, the technical innovation, let me say. First of all, patient data collection and curation. We collect data, and we manage them, and then we apply machine learning and training and AI models. We also apply security and privacy mechanisms. And of course, we have to implement these mechanisms and technology to introduce them to healthcare providers. But let me show you in detail. I don't like to go very technical. I will give you just an overview. First of all, what data do we use? Cancer type, medical data coming from electronic health records, but these health records include interventions, quality of life, and nutritional information from questionnaires, data coming from physical activities from wearable devices, and data from variables that possibly affect quality of life to intervention from open database. This include data weather, or social data, for example, the location of patient or high-level income data or stuff like this. All of this data, we bring them in HL7 compliant format. And as I said earlier, we apply data curation inside the edge nodes. These data are aggregated, sampled, pre-processed, and then they are ready to be used for machine learning training and AI analytic. So let me proceed with machine learning model training and inference. So on the model training, we use a learning mechanism that supports chains of participating clients, and at the same time we apply machine learning algorithms on encrypted patient data. I will talk about this later. And we apply a learning mechanism that allows patient data update. On AI analytics, we apply models for quality of life, risk prediction, explanations of predictions, and consequently simulation. And of course, from simulations, we move to best interventions proposed to doctors. Security and privacy, I believe, is a cornerstone in every e-health application, and so it is for Escape project. So we apply them both. For both Escape edge nodes and cloud part. On security, for example, we use access control to access to edge nodes, excuse me, and identity server and API manager for cloud. For privacy, we use mechanisms such as de-identification, differential privacy, distributed learning, and model training over homomorphic encrypted data on the Escape cloud. So this is a major part of Escape project, and something we are very careful with. So the data, the personal data of patients doesn't leave the healthcare premises, and secure their privacy. So we carried out also a lot of work, technical work, to data collection at first place, to transform healthcare HAR data into Escape data format, and build interfaces to Escape to collect wearable data from patients. And at the same time, we also put a lot of effort to bring this data to medical personnel, build visualization for the AI results, as you can see later, explain these results, and validate and use the predictive models and suggestions. Now that we have finalized, let's say, the technologies that are used in Escape, we also have to to test our platform, to test our solution. This is a big part. This is very important because this is a medical application. We must prove the effectiveness of our solutions. We do so in 4 pilot sites in Barcelona for breast cancer, in National Kapodistrian University of Athens for prostate cancer, in Sweden, in Örebro and Uppsala University for breast and prostate cancer. And we have also an online platform for breast and prostate cancer. So we follow a procedure where we identified quality of life issues. We adopt quality of life issues that matter for Escape. We proposed interventions. We do evaluate the AI-based follow-up strategy with Escape platform. So in the next slide, we identified already some quality of life issues to be predicted by the Escape platform based on current clinical evidence and practice for breast and prostate cancer. For example, for breast cancer, some of issues that occur most often and have a lot of impact of cancer patients' quality is anxiety, depression, fatigue, joint pain, for example. And for prostate cancer, some other issues are fatigue, weight changes, sexual dysfunction, and incontinence. So I'd like to point your attention here. This is some preliminary insights from one of our pilots based on questionnaires and from a sample of over 120 patients. We identified here some quality of life issues and their impact on them from not present to severe. So we move to quality of life intervention ensembles. For example, for breast cancer, we identified that we can use some mechanisms such as anti-stress, physical activity, psychological support, nutrition consultation, among others. And for prostate cancer, for incontinence, some solutions, interventions that could be applied to improve the quality of life, status of patients, could be some electrical stimulation, compression devices, pelvic muscle training, and others, among others. This is not an exhaustive list. We put it here some as an example. Here you can have an overview of the Escape dashboard. This is what a doctor can view. For example, he can view some spider diagrams for patients with significant opportunities for quality of life improvements. What is the goal and what is prediction. Here you can see, let's say, a tab for a patient. As you can see, we are not relieving the personal data. We are very careful with that. And it's very detailed about her current status, predicted status, and new potential interventions. And we have more diagrams explaining their status and possible interventions that the doctor could discuss with this specific patient. So, just to tell you, the trial phase is currently running. We are currently running some predictions and suggestions to doctors to discuss with patients, and we would like to measure some things and get insights both from patients and physicians. From patients, we are trying to measure their satisfactions, some facilitators and barriers for wearables, their motivation, their engagement, their adherence to intervention, quality of life over time. At the physician side, which is very important for us, we try to measure and get feedback. What is the relationship with patients? What are the changes in management with the patients? The assessment of time needed to absorb AI solutions and accept AI solutions. Of course, the usefulness of provided informations, the interaction between AI-based follow-up between system and physicians, and the overall experience of using the AI-based follow-up platform. So far, as I said earlier, we had some engagement with patients, and we have some preliminary results and insights gained. So we know that introduction and integration into clinical practice is very challenging for such platforms and new technologies, and COVID only makes it harder for a lot of reasons. Patient follow-up, it's very valuable, useful, but it takes a lot of time, both for patients and physicians. And another point is that older ages face difficulties in using new technologies like wearable or smartphones, and they also have some initial skepticism, patients, on using digital technologies. We try to address this during our trials, and this is a work in progress. We resolve this by providing a detailed information on our concept, goals, and continuous follow-up. So our motto on this is communicate, communicate, and communicate. So we have also some, let's say, positive insights from so far. We know that patients generally appreciate the technology-enabled care and attention, and we receive positive, very positive feedback regarding the sense they have of continuous monitoring. They feel that somebody watches them and provides a continuous care. Somebody cares all the time for them. And a notable result from ESCAPE data collection is that ESCAPE facilitated a diagnosis of a heart condition in one patient, which was noticed with significant decrease in resting heartbeat on his Fitbit smartwatch. And he was sent for a cardiological consultation. A type of cardiac arrhythmia was diagnosed, and we can say that his life is no longer in danger, not directly thanks to ESCAPE, but thanks, of course, to ESCAPE trials, but thanks to new technologies. And we must admit that new technologies are here, and this is the future, and this is what the new technologies can offer. And one minor comment is all that feedback or insights are not universal. We observed variation in that findings in this slide and in previous slide. We observed some variation depending on the one country and the socio-economic background. We are going to report these results. We are very interested on these results and publishing these findings. We are carrying out a health economic model study that will report these results and propose changes to policies in European level at least. Of course, we are invite you to follow ESCAPE projects and ESCAPE activities on our social media channels, LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, and of course, have an opportunity to discover more about our activities in our website. So that's all. Sorry if I made it difficult for you to with my voice, and I'm here for you for any questions.
John, I think grab us up a glass of water. You've been incredible. I really appreciate what you've done today. I know how ill you were, and your voice is worse than mine is. So, so please grab a glass of water and just chill for a little while. What we're going to do now is go with a quick poll, if we can, and try to get some of the questions that you prepared answered through this poll. Can we go to poll now? Is that possible? Despina, are we there?
Yes.
I'm trying to share, but I do not have the permission.
Sorry, that was my mistake.
No worries. Here we are.
So, as been along, and the problem is that we really do value feedback, and this is the method. The questions have been specifically written by each project. This is what John has produced for the aspect. It does help them. I know we haven't been getting an awful lot of people responding to it at this stage, but if you can, please respond. It does help John to look very much so at the feedback we're getting based on the presentation that he just gave, and also based on the question that he's raised. So if you can, please just please do this, and we do sincerely do appreciate it. So that's the first question, and I think we have one more question. Is this correct? We wait for a little bit longer. Give it a few more seconds. Okay, let's try. So perhaps, Spina, can we go to the second question, please?
Sure. Here we are.
This again, John says for patient specifically. So this may not get the numbers that we want, but if you are a patient there, by all means, do please. So in the current post-cancer treatment practices, do doctors pay attention to patient's psychological and physical discomfort? Well, you don't need to be a post-case cancer patient to answer that question, I think. So, but do please fill it in, and we go from there. So that's that. So we've got some questions in Spina. Do you mind if I go through the questions? That'll be okay. Spina, do you want to take the questions, or shall you want me to do it? Okay, I'll do it. We got some questions come in. John, if you're with us again.
Yes, I'm here with you.
This is good. So we've got some questions that just came in, and let me just take some, no particular order. This is from Nevita. So the platform also allows integration of data from different departments within the hospital. Is this correct? Does the platform also allow integration of data from different departments within the hospital?
Okay, the platform receives e-health records across the hospital.
Okay.
Can you elaborate more in the question?
I think there may be different systems that are in the hospital. Some got legacy type of systems, and what I think it's been asked that is it more like an integration issue that they can take the data in from different platforms to strengthen the quality of the data or quantity of the data that's there. So it's more like an integration question, I think, John.
Yeah, this is a problem, and I'd like to comment here. The data format this is an issue, and this is an issue for different countries also. For example, in Sweden, there is the use of e-health records is very wide. In contrary, for Greece, until recently, electronic health records were not used, so we had to digitize these records. So this brought a difficulty for Escape to integrate this data, and of course to bring them in let's say in a format that we can use them and introduce them to AI models. But this is certainly a challenge to get different kind of data. Of course, medical data coming from different, let's say, departments of the hospital, questionnaires for quality of life, metrics, and data coming from wearables. This is a major challenge, and as I said earlier, there is the difficulty of different status between different European countries.
Hi, John. This is Nivedita. I just thank you so much for the explanation. I have one more question. Actually, the question that I wanted to ask is like, for example, the patient data related to cardiology and from, for example, from oncology department. So when we are using that data for AI analysis, is it possible to within the hospital to integrate this data via your platform? Because I assume that if it is as per the fire standard or HL7 standard, it can be integrated. Is that the case or not? Just
to be honest with you, I have no the knowledge depth to answer right now to your question. But of course, I can come back to you and please provide me your contact details and I will come back to you. Unfortunately, I'm very sorry that I cannot I'm not able to answer your question.
Thank you, John. Thank you, David.
Yes. Thank you.
We'll organize the exchanges if need be, so that's fine. And Victoria, you're on the line as well. You've got two questions. One has been overlying with this specific question. Would you like to speak at this stage?
Yeah, well, more or less is related to what Nivedita asked. It was mentioned that Escape used fire standard, so I understand that not all hospitals use it, but my question is, any of them use it? I don't know. If it, yeah,
I lost the last part of the question.
Yeah, you said that you extracted all the data and transformed it into fire standard.
Yep.
So my question is, any of the hospitals has the data already in fire standard? Do they use it in their premises?
Yes, some of them, yes. In some hospitals, in some of our trials, we have to build this mechanism, if I may. But some of the hospitals are already using this format.
And my second question is also partially related to this one. I assume that professionals, medical doctors, usually write medical notes because they prefer it. They find it more useful than just clicking maybe a user interface. So my question is, assuming that there are always medical notes, do you extract any information from those medical notes? And did you do it automatically or manually?
Can you elaborate more on these medical notes?
A bit. Just I would like just to know if you use it or not, and if you extract information manually. I mean, a person reading the medical note and saying, check this one, or automatically by some artificial intelligence.
No. This is done. This carried out automatically. We have digital data that are managed and excuse me, and provided to doctors through the Escape dashboard. We have nothing done manually.
Okay.
I'm going to cut across one more time, and I'm going to thank John. I think we should stop it there. John has been very, very kind to be here today with us all, to share his knowledge of the project that they're doing, which is quite fascinating. I really believe interoperability is going to be very important. The way the Commission is going, which Barbara explained today, this morning, was very important. So I think this will all tie into it as we move forward more collectively, that there's more sharing of data. So that's going to be quite important. But what strikes me at the moment is that John is not well. And I draw to John, you rested now at this stage, please. And I thank you honestly for doing this. We will talk quite soon. But let's just stop it at this stage, because you need a rest a little bit. And as I said, I sincerely thank you for your time on this one. I'm going to suggest we stop now and move on to the next presentation. We go to the Rebecca project. We're going to get a wonderful presentation. Ionis gave us a short presentation yesterday at the Meeting of Minds round table session, and it was quite fascinating. And Laros, I hope I pronounced your name correctly, but apologies, will support it in the presentation and the demonstration of what's been going on this specific project. It's all about improving clinical workflow and patient management, but more detail will come from Ionis and Laros. So I'm going to give the floor to you both now. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Tom. So let me. So can you see it? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we see it. Thank you.
Perfect. So today I will be presenting Rebecca together with Lazarus. And actually, since this is the first presentation of Rebecca in this cluster, we want to present the vision of Rebecca. And also what we want to do is to demonstrate our core technologies. Right now, we have two technologies that are under development, the base mobile application and the web browser plugin. And we would like to hear your opinions and thoughts and maybe ideas on how to improve them. So, a short introduction. So, Rebecca stands for Research on Breast Cancer-Induced Chronic Conditions, supported by causal analysis of multi-source data. So, we are a fairly young project. We started back in April 2021, and we are the latest addition to this cancer cluster. Rebecca has two main objectives. The first one is in patient management. This means that we want to improve the interventions and care choices at the individual patient level. And of course, we have the clinical research aspect, which is to analyze data and to better understand how treatment affects quality of life. So the consortium consists of 12 partners from 7 European countries. We have a very multidisciplinary consortium. We have clinical and technological universities, research centers, industry, public health experts, and patient organizations. And this is very important for us. So I am from Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, which is the coordinator of the project, and Lazarus, that will present the second part of this presentation, is from CERF. At the core of Rebecca project is the Rebecca 360 platform. So what we want to do is to gather multi-source real-world data. And we have many sources to achieve this. First of all, we have the traditional electronic records. So these are any type of data that are already collected at the clinics. For example, blood examinations or standardized questionnaires. Then we have this smartwatch technology. So this I usually seen in the other projects. We use it to track physical activity, sleep, heart rate, and stress. But also we have one additional technology here, that is our meal detection algorithms, which can use the accelerometer signal to detect, automatically detect the meals during the day of the patient. Then we have the mobile apps, and actually I say apps because there are two of them. We have the patient application, which is given to the patient, and also the companion application that is given to a companion of the patient, for example, a spouse, a friend, or the children of the patient, perhaps. And through these mobile applications, we are able to achieve data collection through self-reporting and, of course, through continuous monitoring of sensors. Then we have the web browser plugin. This is a new technology in this context. This is what Lazarus will present in the second part of the presentation. So through the web browser plugin, we are able to track the emotional status of the patient. by monitoring the online interactions. And finally, and a very important aspect of the Rebecca is that we monitor the local environment of the patient. We do this by collecting data from open and public data sources, such as maps, satellites, and data from statistical authorities. And using this information, we are able to quantify the characteristics of the life space of the patient. So today we will talk about the patient application and the web browser plugin. So our process, we move from data to behavior and to functional status and emotional status. So the first stage is monitoring. Here we collect raw data. We do this continuously by continuously and objectively monitoring the patient. For example, using the technologies of the patient app, the smartwatch, and the web browser plugin. We also have self-reporting data. These are questionnaires and photos that are collected from the patient app and also the companion app. And of course, we have the traditional clinical data that are collected at the hospitals. These are, for example, blood exams and standardized questionnaires. Moving on from data, the first step is to move to indicators. These are variables that present high-level information and summarize, let's say, the data. And these indicators are for behavior and functional status of the patient, the online behavior and the emotional status, and also the clinical status. Today in the presentation, you will see such examples of these indicators. And finally, we do not stop at the indicators. We move one step further and want to extract information about the patient status. A key element in this is the causal analysis of data. So we apply causal analysis methods to find causal links between the indicators and the status of the patient. And also, we want to achieve to summarize the behavior of the patients using indexes. So what we want to do in Rebecca is to map these indicators to two comprehensive indexes, the functional index and the emotional index of the patient. Through this analysis, we'll be able to understand in depth the quality of life of the patient. And this has many benefits for the patient as well. For example, we can use all this data to detect for early detection of symptoms, for example, to provide the caregivers with alerts about the deterioration of the health of the patient. And of course, we can assist the caregivers to design improved interventions that are based on data. Rebecca follows a co-creation approach for development. So what we do is that we hold the workshops with the participation of the consortium patients and the clinical experts before and after each system iteration. I have to say here that the fact that we have patient organizations in the consortium has been an immense assistance in order to design Rebecca, and it's the feedback we get. It cannot replace it with anything else. And also, what we do is to disseminate large-scale questionnaire surveys, online surveys. And our first survey here, we have managed to reach over 3,500 patients with the help of our patient organization. And actually, over 500 patients answered the survey. And this has given us a tremendous understanding in the technology background of the patients, the patient needs, and also the limits that the patients impose to us. Rebecca also has clinical studies. So we have first we have 3 observational studies that are for comorbidities associated with cancer. So here we have one study for breast cancer treatment-induced peripheral neuropathy in Sweden. We have one study for breast cancer-related fatigue in Norway. And we have one study for adjuvant treatment-induced osteopenia and osteoporosis in Spain. We also have 3 intervention trials that aim to study how we can improve, how we can use Rebecca to improve quality of life in patients. And this, how we can achieve better results compared to the standard treatment. So we have 3 deviation trials in each clinical site in Sweden, Norway, and Spain. And finally, we also aim to see how Rebecca can be extended to other cases of cancer, and we have one feasibility study for prostate cancer patients in Norway. So this is introduction of the project. So what we want to do here is that we are under development of the technologies. We want to present you the current status of the technologies and maybe get some feedback from you and some ideas and maybe something that you have encountered before and you'd like to share with us. So right now, my team from Aristotle University Thessaloniki is developing the patient mobile application, and currently we have implemented the self-reported data. And we can collect annotated photographs from the users and the questionnaires, of course. And also have implemented the continuous monitoring of the patient's location, which operates unobtrusively and objectively in the background. And our app is currently under internal testing by patients and experts as well. So the first functionality is that we can annotated photographs. For example, you can see here in the animation, the patient is able to select, for example, a meal. Let's say it's a snack, photo, save it or retake it. And also you can, after taking the photo, optionally can annotate the photo with the characteristics of the meal. For example, if it is a whole grain, fruit, salad, sugary meal. And also, this can be done for all the main meals of the patient and also for the drinks of the patient. So using these annotated photos, the first functionality we support is to create a meal diary for the patient. Also, we use the annotated photos to understand the environment stressors that the patient may feel. For example, transportation problems, pollution, walkability problems, things like this. A patient can, if they feel stressed for something, we propose that we can use these photos as a way that she can tell us about her environment. And another important aspect of these photos is that not only we know what stresses the patient, but we can understand and know the immediate environment of the patient and where these stressors are located. And this can help us later understand the effect that has the environment, the immediate environment of the patient, on the patient's behavior. And of course, as all projects you've seen today and yesterday, we have questionnaires in the mobile app, and the patient can trigger these questionnaires at any time. So what we have done is to provide we can provide a suite of questionnaires for the patient to select from and trigger at her own convenience. And but also, of course, it is reasonable, but the patient that may forget to interact with the questionnaire. So also have notifications. So have some notifications like this one. How do you feel? So each day, let's say, the patient can is asked about your day and can provide some feedback. So regarding the frequency and the type of the questions, this is something that will be defined in the study protocols. For example, you can have daily questionnaires or weekly questionnaires here. So we are very flexible on how, depending on the study. And finally, for the patient application, a very important aspect is that we are able to capture continuously the location of the patient. So here, the patient, through the settings menu, is able to enable the continuous location monitoring. So she's in full control if she wants to be monitored by the application. And of course, when the patient is being monitored, she receives a notification, a sticky notification on her phone that notifies her that she is currently being monitored by Rebecca. So here appears a notification. So, but of course, the goal is not to see the actual location of the patient. This is something that we want to avoid. We do not want to see the actual location of the patient, but what we want to do is to create some privacy-preserving indicators, which are related to her functional status. So these indicators reveal information about the status, but in no case they reveal any information about where the patient is located. So to do this, we have a 3-step procedure. So here, you see the animation here is from our internal testing dashboard. So we collect data and we test our algorithms here. And so the first step is to identify the personal points of interest of the patient. In this animation, these are my points of interest. So as you can see, my home and the locations I work and where I move. And this location, these places are things like work, home, and also other facilities such as food stores, public parks, recreation facilities, and cafes, etc. So what we are interested here is that we don't want the actual GPS location, but we want to find the location type of these places. The next step is, after we have identified these places, we can create a timeline of the patient. So this is again an animation from internal testing dashboard. So we can select one day and you can see how the patient moves in her local environment. So you know that each POI has a number, is uniquely for the patient. We know how much time it was spent in each POI, and also what we plan to do is to find the transportation mode between POIs. For example, if the patient walking, is using a vehicle or other mode of transportation. And after we have done this pre-processing, let's say, the final step is to create the privacy-preserving indicators. So these point timelines must stress out that are never displayed to the caregivers. Instead, what we aim to do is to use them to calculate indicators that reflect the patient's status. So we have thought about some indicators we can use. For example, how much time does the patient spend outside home and work? The number of daily and visits to other facilities. Or we can aggregate them a bit and say what is the weekly frequency for visits to parks, cafes, and recreation facilities. Of course, what's important here is not the actual value of these indicators, but what we want to study is the evolution in time of these indicators. For example, what we believe that we can see that changes in these indicators could indicate some functional or emotional problems. For example, if I reduce my daily trips outside home, this is something that might indicate that I may feel fatigue, or I may feel pain, or my emotional status might not be good. So this evolution of indicators is important for us. So the next steps for the mobile application, what we want to do is, firstly, we want to integrate our mobile application with a smartwatch. And we have all the traditional, let's say, variables that we can achieve through the smartwatch. For example, the steps and the activity types of the patient. We can monitor the sleep quality and the sleep quantity that the patient receives, and also the heart rate and the stress parameters. In addition to this, we have also planned to introduce our novel technologies for automatic meal detection using the accelerometer signal from the smartwatch. So if the patient wears the smartwatch in the dominant hand, we can detect not only meals, but also individual bites during those meals. And further, we would like also to expand this detection to smoking. So we want to be able to detect automatically and without any patient intervention if the main meals of the patient and the smoking incidents. And finally, we plan to develop the companion app. So as I said, this is something that is optional for the patient, and the patient companions can record the status. So this is subjective, of course, for the companions, what they subjectively see for the patients they monitor. For example, we could ask the companions, how do you think that your wife is feeling today? Something like this. And companions can be either spouses, children, friends, whatever the patient would like to appoint as a companion that is there. So this is part one for the presentation. Thank you a lot. And now Lazarus will continue with the second part of the
yeah. Hello all. Let me share my screen. I guess you are seeing my screen, right?
Yes, Lazarus, we're seeing your screen.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Lazarus from CS-AIW, and I will present you the web browser plugin. The logic behind is that cancer can affect the patient's emotional well-being by causing a series of mental health issues like stress, depression, and anxiety. By tracking the online activity of patients, we can detect the deterioration of emotional well-being, and we can notify the doctors to provide support to specific patients. So in the context of Rebecca project, we have implemented a web browser plugin to collect prospective pseudonymized data from patients' online activity. We have currently released the beta version, which monitors social media, Facebook and YouTube, and also web browsing. The browser plugin has a dashboard with two views, the settings and the data. From the settings view, the patient can log in, log out. They can check to provide their consent that they allow the browser plugin to monitor their online activity. And of course, they can pause or resume monitor whenever they like. For example, when they are searching for symptoms of another patient, they can pause monitoring and resume it after they finish their searches. In the data view, the patient can inspect all the collected data that the browser plugin has stored from their online activity. As we said, we are currently monitoring web, and by web we mean all the websites and URLs the patient is visiting, and what they are searching in different search engines like Google. From Facebook, we collect some general data like a list of shortcuts, the visits of the patient, visiting pages, profiles, or groups, what they're searching in Facebook, the comments they're placing below posts, and the reactions to posts like angry, sad, and etc. From YouTube, again, we collect general data like a short list of subscriptions, what they're searching in YouTube, the comments they're placing below videos, and the reactions, which is like and dislike either in videos or comments. We also offer the possibility to the patient to filter the displayed data. They can filter the data that the plugin is collected by date. There's options for last date, last week, or even a custom time window with the date and time. They can also search for a specific search term, and also they can define the page size of the results table. Also, patients can delete data they feel uncomfortable being analyzed. They can use the filtering we saw previous slide, and they can target the individual records they want to delete. They can also delete all data from a specific source. For example, they can delete all Facebook comments that they have that the plugin tracked. And of course, they can delete the entire collection of data and even the entire plugin of from their browsers. So for the next steps now is first to add a buffer to allow patients to review data before analysis. This will be set by default to 1 day, 24 hours, but of course the patient will be able to change it in whatever they want. And the second is to allow patients to define specific web sources, for example, some forums on some websites that they want to be excluded from monitoring. And that was a quick presentation.
Thank you, Lazarus. Thank you, Ines. I really appreciate your contribution today. I liked very much what you did at the Media Minds session that we had yesterday, but the detail here is much better. Some questions for you. I mean, obviously, the older generation may not be able to use social media as well as the younger generation. Do you have problems with an older generation in terms of the technology on display that you showed? Can you hear me?
Lazarus, would you like to answer
yes,
this?
Based on the questionnaires we had with Amazon, I think also the older generation at least use some social media, at least Facebook, which is the majority of the social media that they use. And of course, they're expressing their feelings on the web, they're searching for their symptoms. Even their actions, like if their reactions to posts, they can reveal something for their emotional status. But yes, they actually, at least to one social media, they're active.
And this is one of the advantages that we have patients in the project, because we know the technology background, so we can target what they actually use. And as Lazarus said, we found out that many of them indeed use social media, even the older ones.
I was wondering, do you have like a simulation tool that you can show when they come on board first of all, or do you have something like that? Because obviously they got to get used to it. Do you use some kind of like simulation tool to show them how to work, or what's the thinking on that area?
Our goal is to have minimum intervention from the patient, so they just install for the plugin at least. They just install the plugin and then the plugin just works without intervening to the casual web browsing of the patient.
Does anybody in the audience have any specific questions for Lazarus and Ionas at this stage?
Yeah. I have one. Today I have a lot of questions. Yes. I think it's really interesting what you want to achieve with, for example, with the Chrome plugin, and I have a doubt about that. As I saw, you store a lot of information from. For example, for YouTube, you store the name of the link, the title, these kind of things. So my question is, how do you intend to use that information? I mean, are you expecting to say this person is happy because is visiting this link? And how do you know that a specific link is an, I don't know, optimistic link and this other one is a negative one?
Okay, basically this is what we are trying to achieve, to make a model that will predict the emotional status out of generic text. There are some state-of-the-art algorithms that they can extract feelings from text. We are currently in the process of getting to know what's out there, and we have trying to implement something that will translate text to feelings.
So, correct me if I'm wrong. So you are performing NLP with the title,
yes,
right?
Exactly. Exactly. This is what we are trying to do. But also there's also public data sets that have already done some annotation on the text and the field.
Okay.
But basically, yes, you are trying to NLP the input.
Okay, thank you.
We just got a response from Marta on the chat, and she's very much so thanks about your presentation. I think we all agree that was very good, very clear on that one. In background mode at the moment, Spina has been working on the poll. So while we're talking this stage, if you have time, can you just please kindly support what we're doing in the Rebecca project and try to answer those questions, and we'll move on shortly after that. Well, Rasmus, thank you very much for your presentation.
I think also Victoria has a question, or I see a raised hand, or not.
Maybe I keep it raised, but my question was solved.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Okay, so Rasmus again, and I thank you both very much for your quite clear presentation. And we're now going to move away after this question is done. Will you feel insecure if a browser plugin monitor your online activity? And that's a very poignant question. So I think we stay on for that one. I actually like it a lot. So will you feel insecure if a browser plugin monitors your online activity? Let's see what the audience have to say in that one. I think it's...
And of course, the question is for a research purpose, and all the data will be pseudonymized. You don't have access to real road data.
Yes. Okay. So I think we'll park that. Tina, thank you very much for your comment as well in the chat there. I think it's very clear. It was a very interesting presentation from both. I understand also Lazarus. So we thank you all very much for this session, and we move now to the next section. The next session is to talk about the cancer survivorship cluster that's ongoing at the moment. It really is talk about where we are and where we're going collaborating on this one. This is where I do some speaking, which I've been doing all day. I'm so sorry about my throat being rather raw at the moment. But also myself and Antonius will present this. And what I suggest is that we move on. I hope you can hear me okay. If you don't, just put something in the chat there and I'll try to speak louder, but I am struggling just a little bit at the moment. So now we're going to talk about the cluster. If I can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so what I'm trying to say here in common, and I've highlighted some of the key issues in here. What we're trying to do with this cluster is that a number of projects are coming together, and we're all in the same kind of space. And what we're trying to do is get a collaboration going. Why? Because it's not about giving a presentation like this, which would be fantastic. It's all about sharing knowledge and understanding. And while we're doing that, we can overcome problems collectively together. So it's very much so a user-centric, which is part of today's session, but we're sharing knowledge, we're sharing understanding, we're working as an entity. And as we move forward, if I have a problem in my project, I can talk to my colleagues, or if I have a common interest, and common interest could be like the data sets, which came out from Barbara's conversation this morning, where she talked about where they're going forward with the platform, and interoperability was mentioned there. So all of these are part of some of the items that we're addressing. We're trying to grow this cluster, make it go forward. We're encouraging others to come on board as well, and we're sharing knowledge and understanding so that we overcome common problems together as a unit, and that makes our work more efficient and more effective. So the final outcomes of our results, I think, will be more stronger, and very much so, as I said earlier on, it's a highly user-centric approach that we're applying for all our work. And I think the motto down there is very clear: we don't work in silo, and that's the way we're going. So I think we're going to try to use this cluster concept to try to apply it to other areas, and not just the area of post-cancer treatment recovery. I think others will follow our suit as well. And as you can see, all the projects today and of yesterday presented their work, and you can see they are quite diverse, but yet they're all in the same common area. And some projects are further than others, but we're kind of working as a team to go forward. I think that's tremendous this stage. I'm very pleased with everybody supporting this. So if we go to the next slide, please. So as you saw from all the presentations from yesterday and today, these are the patients that were the types of patients that we're dealing with. Age and gender and so forth are irrelevant. So we're working right across all this specific area from all these specific projects, and more will come on board. I'm quite sure in that, and we will be adding to all this. But the same principle remains: we work as a unit, we share common problems, and we try to solve them together collectively as a unit. Let me go to the next slide, please. As you saw, many of the issues were addressed both today and also yesterday. So we talked about fatigue, we talked about depression, we talked about the quality of life, which is mentioned many, many times. We talked about cognitive impairment. So these are all covered collectively in our discussions, and we support each other when addressing all these areas here. So the connectivity area is fine. We saw yesterday all these projects. I'm very grateful for everybody who participated, from Faith, Minhar, Life Champ, and Conrad Reeves, Quality Top, and Persist. So each of them, you saw yesterday what we were doing, and I think there's fine work going on, but we do meet and we do discuss problems. We try to solve them collectively as a unit. Today we saw 3 more projects. I'll go to the next slide, please. So today we saw Pedro and Maria gave a very clear explanation how they're using the data, large volume, and how it seems to be working quite well. And the patients there, I think about 17,000 are going to be involved in that project. John, who was very kind this afternoon, explained very much so what they're doing on the very difficult sessions. And in Life Champ, we saw very much so what Ionis and Lazarus were doing. So all parts of the cluster, all working as it kind of go forward, working as a team. So we go to the next slide, please. So this gives you some highlights of what we did. We initiated the cluster in Q4 2002. We've had many constructive meetings where the vision and understanding was explained in detail, and we worked as a unit. We could explain to the European Commission, made them aware of the cluster and activities. We stayed as a cluster working in-house as opposed to our first time today, opening up and meeting the wider audience. So the Media Minds 1 was held. We had there a number of patients who were explaining their condition. We focused very much on mental health, and on that basis, we try to obtain their knowledge and understanding. So when we're building our solutions, the knowledge acquired was brought into the equation. So that was very good. More projects joined us. Life Champ, Antonius is will continue with his presentation. Quality Top and Clarify joined us then in January and March 21. We then started to open up to the outside world, where we have press releases, multimedia, social media to generate relations. Then we had 2 in September. We had we looked at the other area. When these projects are going to go forward, they'll come to an end. So we wanted to kind of get a better understanding of how the outside world sees us and how we could engage with them. So we had we call it a business acumen kind of approach, where we discussed business models. We discussed very much so how to engage with the clinical trials, but it was all on from a business perspective, and that was held in September. Then we opened up looking at more issues. So we brought more technical aspects to the group, and we looked at clinical trial preparations, specifically when COVID was in a rampant state in the States, how best we handled it. We talked about ethics. We talked about many issues that were all commonly relevant to all the projects. So the knowledge acquired was shared right across each project, and we continue to support one another. So as I said earlier on, common problems, common solutions is probably the method that we'll probably use going forward in next year. Then later on, our ESA Victoria was very prevalent today in the discussions with Aspect, and also Rebecca, and as you know, Victoria leads the Persist project, who we heard yesterday, and of course Aspect joined as well in September and October. Plans were put in place for 2022, which we're now executing. The first one being today and yesterday. And then Rebecca joined us in January 2022. So you heard Lazarus and Ionis a moment ago, and we've delivered our roadmap and program for 2022, which is an operation which you're going to explain. So in short, we're saying that the principle we're working off is the whole is better than the sum of the parts. And that's a very, very important comment, because I think if we work as a unit, we're going to get better results. So I think as a unit, we will have stronger outcomes. And that's the principle we're working from as we move forward. So then we go to the next slide. Now, this is where I'm going to pass the floor over to Antonios, who you know has been quite active and has been on live chat, and we will walk through the plans that we're doing. Antonios, can I put the floor to you now?
Yes, thank you, Tom. So as Tom already explained, there has been a long time that this cluster is active, and we have currently managed to expand to already 9 projects relating to cancer and quality of life. So we are quite ambitious that this cluster will continue its activities in different aspects. Here you can see some plans for the year to come, since most of the projects that are part of the cluster are already running into their 3rd year of implementation. For sure, technologies are getting more mature, and pilots are ongoing, and hopefully also research results and the outcome evaluation of these projects are going to be available. So I think that this will give us the chance to further disseminate our results and also have our presence also in public. So starting from this event today, this 2-day event, it's the first public event that all 9 partners of this cluster participated and presented their project. Our aim was to showcase current technologies, receive feedback from patients. Also, you have noticed that there were also sessions that we tried to include patients' opinion, patients' feedback, and this is what Tom also stressed in his speech previously, that this is a user-centric, a patient-centric cluster. We try to digest feedback from patients and try to implement their recommendations into our technology solutions. So another endeavor that we aim to follow up during 2022 is to find a way of compiling the different datasets that are being collected under the different projects and find a way of common exploitation and sharing of these datasets. There has been a discussion previously, if I recall correctly, by the European Cancer Mission representative. She explained the importance of having a digital space for cancer. She also mentioned the collaboration of this space with the EU health data space. So our aim is to find our way into contributing also into that direction. So there will be an active channel of communication among partners and see how we could fit as a cluster into shaping this work as well. So today, unfortunately, due to COVID, we went online. We tried to have, let's say, an interactive discussion and exchange of feedback with patients, with caregivers, even with clinicians. We all know that this is difficult to have an interactive, let's say, workshop online. So our plans are that we expand this workshop and we really hold hands-on sessions, inviting patient representatives, patient associations who are active within the projects of the cluster, even inviting organizations, but European organizations like European Cancer Patient Coalition, and trying to organize this, let's say, live event, face-to-face event, probably within late spring or beginning of this summer. If we may go to the next slide, please. Zoraida. Okay, so there was already some workshop where we tried to figure out what the different business models of the different projects, so how we exploit the results of research that has taken place at the moment. Of course, this wasn't mature enough by the time that we hold this workshop, but the idea is that we follow up the discussions that took place back in 2021, and we have another workshop by the end of 2022, where we expect that most of the projects are heading at the end of their implementation, and probably technology are more mature, evaluations have been finalized, So we will be in a position that we can better identify how to better exploit our results. Then, of course, as we are all our research projects, our aim is to create, to at least suggest some scientific sessions under the umbrella of the cluster into conferences. We want to increase the publicity of our cluster, of our projects. Of course, our aim also is to organize special issues in journals, so to help disseminate as better as possible the results of our research. Can we move to the next slide, please, Zoraida? Okay, so there are 4 more points that we have planned. The first one is about drafting a white paper on the cluster activities. And of course, this white paper can provide some hints for policy making regarding research in terms of cancer care and quality of life, and how technology can better support these aspects. Again, there have been several internal discussions within the cluster about how to better involve patients, how to provide incentives. There have been a lot of discussions even today and yesterday, and this is a matter that, as you know, as the pilots are ongoing, there might be an issue that even due to COVID, we might be in a situation where there are dropouts, and we need to engage patients into the pilots and the clinical trials in order to allow for better and more accurate data collection in order to build our models. So this is something that we are going to have as a series of discussions. We aim to have these frequent discussions within the cluster and try to figure out lessons learned and suggest better practices on that aspect. There was also a suggestion by our good colleague Yannis Avramidis from Escape Project, who is willing to lead this initiative. Our intention is to organize a series of podcasts with the participation of experts from within our consortium, but also from other affiliated entities in partners in the consortiums of different partners, with different thematics, including ethics, perspectives of patients and quality of life, even technological aspects, etc. And finally, the last point is to create to schedule a roundtable session with the European Commission. I mean, as I said, we are targeting different aspects, even at the policy level. Our aim is to have better practices, suggestions for policy making, etc., with the European Commission, with the Cancer Mission Board, etc., and trying to understand how the cluster can be of use for this aspect as well. I don't know if there's, yeah, and that's all from my side. I don't know, Tom, if you want to close this presentation.
My apologies, I was muted. No, I think we just opened quite well. I want to thank you very much for doing that. So as you can see, the cluster is working quite well. We're now 9, and we have very strong ambitions for the cluster in terms of its growth for 2022. Please keep in contact with us if you have any questions, queries for us offline. By all means, do contact us. We'll gladly come back. But though I said 9, I'd like to say we're 10. Because as of very recently, as of last week, we were contacted again by another project called Capable, and Capable is a project that fits quite well within the structure of what we're doing. And Sabina is online at the moment, and I'd like to formally welcome her to maybe just give us an update on the project and to welcome her to the cluster.
Thank you, Tom. So do I share my screen?
If you like, or if you like,
yes. No,
yes,
I can share my screen.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. CAPABLE is the acronym of Cancer Patients Better Life Experience, and it's an Horizon 2020 project started in January 2020. So the very final aim is to develop a support system focusing for improving the quality of life of cancer patients, but focusing on home patients. And we are trying to do it by combining technologies for data and knowledge management with a socio-psychological approach in order to improve the quality of life, not only improving the physical well-being of the patient, but also addressing other, for example, mental well-being, nutrition, physical activity, and so on. The objectives, about the objectives of the project, we have three types of objectives. The first one is to address the user experience, and it is divided in two, for patients and for doctors. Both of them, patients and doctors, need to improve communication. For patients, is the communication with medical staff, and for doctors, is to get patients' data as soon as possible in order to have always a complete picture of the patient status. CAPABLE focuses particularly in the management of adverse drug events that often impair the adherence to the treatment. So better addressing the adverse drug events also will allow to improve the compliance to treatment and in turn the chance of recovering. From the doctor point of view, another very important aspect that CAPABLE is trying to manage is the coordination of the multidisciplinary team. I mean, we all know that in the literature or when talking about the overall cancer patient treatment, we always see the importance of a multidisciplinary team. But in fact, the implementation of this team is very, very difficult in hospital, in the real life, because not always the organization is so good to allow, for example, the patient going to the hospital and have in the same day the visit by the oncologist, by the psychologist, by the nutritionist. So in the paper, the multidisciplinarity is very important. To achieve it, we realize that it is very difficult. And one of the aim of CAPABLE is also to facilitate this aspect. CAPABLE is a very technological project, so we have some technological objectives that are, first, to rely as much as possible on standards, so standard terminology, and also FAIR principles to allow findability, accessibility, interoperability of data and so on. So allowing as much as possible the reusability of the data that we will produce. Then another objective is to integrate big data coming from different sources into a common data model. We are using OMOP in particular for the Odyssey project. We want to integrate different methods of artificial intelligence. We both, for example, we represent guidelines, clinical practice guidelines, and this is done with more classical AI methods, such as production rules. But we are also collecting, we hope to collect during the pilot several data that will also be used for machine learning methods. And then, as an overall umbrella, we are using health technology assessment as the basis for all the steps of the system developed. Of course, we also have scientific objectives. that are first, developed new models of disease course. And this is particularly important because there are in cancer recently new treatment that have been introduced in the last year. So the disease course due to these new treatments is not very well known. This is the same motivation for which we hope also to find to have a deeper insight into the new adverse effects that these drugs could have, and this is possible because patients may enter data day by day. And also we wanted to extend the guideline formalization languages we are now using pro forma to support multimorbidity and predictive models. How to achieve these objectives, how the patients and caregiver in practice can benefit from Capable. First of all, Capable will provide the patients with an app, with an application, and they can interact with this app to enter data and symptoms in real time, day by day. The patient also will wear a smartwatch to get automatically data about blood pressure, movement, and sleep quality. So the rationale is that what is possible to collect automatically will relieve the patient from the burden to enter more data. So we really would like to rely on sensors. The patient will also receive through the app some advice on how to best manage adverse events at home, of course, when it is possible, or he will receive the suggestion to go to the hospital or to contact the doctor for more severe conditions. All the data are sent because Capable has two sides, patient side and the doctor side. At the doctor side, the doctor will have a dashboard through which he can see the trend of all his patients. As I said at the beginning, Capable will address not only the physical problems of the patient, but also will try to address the mental well-being by suggesting, for example, relaxing exercises, suggesting so-called virtual capsules to improve the day, the cancer journey experience, let's say, of the patient. We also hope, this has to be demonstrated, of course, but we also hope that Capable will allow to save time and money for the national healthcare system, because in principle, having a home support, the patients should decrease their telephone calls to the hospital and also decrease inappropriate accesses to the hospital. How are we doing this effort? We are 12 partners in Europe and Israel. We, as a University of Pavia, are the coordination side of the project, and we are in the last year of the technical development. The project will last 4 years, and in 2023, that will be the very last year of the project, we are going to implement 3 clinical studies, 2 focused on 2 particular cancer type, melanoma in Amsterdam and renal cell carcinoma in Bari. And these 2 studies, being homogeneous as patients, will allow us to measure if Capable is really capable to improve the quality of life of those patients. Then in Pavia, we will enroll a mixture of other patients, breast cancer, lung cancer, thyroid, head and neck cancer, in such a way that even if this will be a less homogeneous group of patients, we will see if the architecture of Capable is really generalizable to several kinds of cancers. Currently, we are enrolling a cohort of control patients that will be our baseline for comparing the quality of life of current patient with the quality of life of capable equipped patient. And that's all. These are the contact detail and the project website. And thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to join the cluster.
Welcome aboard, Savina. I'm delighted you're here, and thank you again for your introduction. I said we were 9 projects. I can now formally welcome you and say we're 10 projects. So welcome on board. Our pleasure. We look forward to working with you going go forward. So that basically brings us to the end of all the presentations. I think we've had a interesting past 2 days. Working together as a team, listening to you, observing the comments are coming in chat. I think it's been quite phenomenal. And I have some thanks to a number of people here. But before I do that, next steps. So what we're going to be doing now is getting recording out and putting in websites and so forth. So we'll send you links and details. Likewise, Anna, who's been working in the background, who I apologize and I mentioned it earlier on. We will work on a report based on our 2-day session and send you a copy of it so you can do it as you think appropriate. Try to bring out the main message that came from the various sessions and also the approach we adopted to make this all happen. So I hope you will find this quite helpful in your work going forward and useful. And please, by all means, share it with your colleagues. It will be a kind of a public document. So that's in the pipeline at the moment. So details to come, and we will get them to you. As you can see from the cluster group that Antonio's presented, we have quite a lot of activity ongoing at this stage. Well, one of the things that struck me yesterday at the meeting was that the Media Minds, the round table session, where we had a number of patients at it, was quite good, actually. I really enjoyed listening to some of the feedback that we got and the importance of the patient engagement and associated engagement throughout the entire process, not just at the design stage and the requirement stage, but throughout all of it was critically important. So we have many messages, and what I'm thinking of doing, but I won't cast in stone this moment of time. Please contact me if you have some comments as well to how we can improve this. But what I think is important that we may try to organize later again in the year, where we have a dedicated session specifically with patients on issues that will be very relevant to them in the context of the work that we're doing in our project. So this is on my mind at the moment. I think it's something we can do. I'll talk to the team to see as be done. So that's maybe another activity we will try to add to the list of all those that we have done and that Antonio's highlighted. But without question, I know what we're trying to achieve is very ambitious, but without setting ambitions and taking the risks, there's no chance of achieving. So we are genuinely working very well as a team to try to make things happen and try to help Barbara in her quest that we stop and save lives. And the estimation was about 3 million by the end of 2030. So we're trying to contribute to all of that. So that now allows me to say thank you to all of you for participating today and yesterday. And I want to highlight some people. Antonio's, without question, Despina, undoubtedly you guys are just incredible. You've helped us through this process. Despina, you've been brilliant on chat and intervening with questions, and without your contribution to date, this would never happen. My partner in crime, Alexandra from Deep Blue, thank you for putting up with all the what I call it, anxious moments to make sure that we try to get it, because without your dedication, commitment, and belief in what we're trying to achieve here, this would never have happened. So I will be and always be grateful for your efforts, and I thank you without question. But please kindly, I look forward to buying you that Irish coffee that I spoke about so many times. I'm looking forward to it. And now the champion at all, no, Alexander, no need to thank me. I thank you. And Sarita, you've been extremely kind, sincere, wonderful in your sentiments throughout the whole process. And we had some technical issues on day one, and I saw the sweat running off your brow, so to speak, but we got there. And thank you for managing the sessions. Thank you very much for hosting it in the University of Granada. And we will talk about, will we do it again next time? But I think we talked about it sometime again. So I'm grateful for this morning session. Barbara, who joined us from the European Commission, thrilled that she was able to do this. We spoke to herself and Dirk about a week and a half ago, and explained the cluster, explained the motivation, explained the reasons why we're doing it, and they got it. And with that on board, they came, and I think they gave us a very clear understanding of where they are and how we can engage. And I think very much so this whole initiative they set up about the breast cancer stakeholder contact group is something that's very relevant, very prevalent to all of us, no matter what role you play in the whole cycle. So this is something that she's encouraging. I think we all should get involved with this, because it gives us an opportunity to try to structure how the European Commission sees post-cancer treatment, and also always the patients is the most important thing in the whole process. So I think really all of us should try to get on that, and we as a cluster will speak about it separately and see how we can further support her in her work efforts, because saving the lives of 3 million people by 2030 is an incredible achievement if this can be realized. So we're all kind of keen to do whatever we can to make the quality of life of the individual patient much stronger and better during this process, and achieving 3 million saving life at that stage is the target, and we're going to try to do all of that. So I'd like to thank you all again once more. I don't know what I could do without you. If you have any comments or feedback to how we can improve what we've done today, please feel free. If other organizations out there, other groups and projects will want to join us, we're very, very open to listen to and try to do it. So I think at this stage, without me going on any further, let me formally shut down this Media Minds 4 event by the Cancer Survivorship AI for Wellbeing Cluster. You've been great. I thank you one more time for listening to us, for your activities, and I wish you a very pleasant afternoon. Thanks, everybody. We'll catch up soon. Bye for now.
Thank you. Have a nice evening. Bye-bye, everyone.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
May I have a quiet word? Thank you so much for everything. People are leaving us now. Maybe we can stay on a little bit. If not, I'll just call.